Good afternoon, members. We come now to item 29 on our agenda. Members will need GS 2270. 2270. Before I call on Timothy Good to move the motion, can I just say we have a number of people indicating that they would like to speak. So after the first three people speaking in the debate, I will be minded to move down to 3 minutes. But let me now call on Timothy Good to move the motion. You have up to 10 minutes, up to.
Tim Good, Southwark 224. Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, Synod, and may I take this opportunity to welcome those of the disabled community who have joined us here in the chamber for this debate, and also for the many who are joining us online. I know so many have invested in this debate. Thank you so much for joining us. In God we have a new dignity, and God calls us to fullness of life. Synod, this quote does not come from Scripture, but from the introductory statement at the beginning of the Common Worship baptism service. It seeks to lay out before all those coming forward for baptism that each one of us, through being made in God's image and likeness, are unique, precious in God's sight, and deserving of dignity. But not only that, it is a statement of intent that together we are called to fullness of life. It affirms the Church's call to invest in the fullness of life of each one of us, speaking with a prophetic voice for justice and equity of all God's people, including disabled people. The motion before you this afternoon seeks to hold us, the Church, to our baptismal promise by focusing our attention on the Cinderella of marginalised groups. Over recent decades, diversity, equity and inclusion have become amongst the most pressing conversations taking place across our culture, let alone the Church. While much of the diversity discussion has rightly centred on issues of race, gender and human sexuality, a very important community has largely been missing from that conversation. Yet at about 20% of the population, the disabled community is the largest minority group in this country. At some point in our lives, we will all experience our interdependence more acutely than others. For we are all utterly dependent in the womb. We were all utterly dependent when we were born. We may have experienced periods of dependence during our life, for example, in our mental health or mobility, and we are likely to become increasingly dependent in our later years. Therefore, to include the disability community within the wider discussion about diversity, equity and inclusion is both a justice issue and a gospel imperative. For this motion affects each and every one of you. Not one of us is exempt. In God we have a new dignity, and God calls us to fullness of life. For many disabled people, being able to fully participate in the life and worship of our local church community has been a constant and often insurmountable challenge. The Church has a history of failing to notice or acknowledge disabled people, and at worst has discriminated against them. Synod, we must face up to our failure. The Church is not a safe place for disabled people to flourish. It is not a safe place because many believe that disclosing disability or neurodiversity will lead to discrimination. For disabled people are all too often misrepresented as passive and devoid of personal agency. Disabled people continue to face considerable barriers to full participation. Barriers of physical, spiritual, and educational access, alongside attitudinal barriers, which are in turn reinforced by often poor, unnuanced, or outdated theologies of anthropology, hermeneutics, ecclesiology, and eschatology. During the first lockdown, the church at large was exposed to some of the very restrictions of access that disabled people continue to face, experiencing at first hand the terrible loss of not being able to gather together in the church building and worship. Now, with that lived experience, the church can no longer ignore the cry of disabled people that is coming from the margins. The time is long overdue for the church to utterly reevaluate the mission and prophetic ministry of disabled people and tear down the cultural, societal, and theological barriers that deny the full participation of disabled people within the mission and ministry of Christ's church. The motion set before us this afternoon is a first cry to that call from the wilderness. And each clause is a springboard to achieving cultural change. If passed by Synod, and as each clause then embeds itself within the mission and ministry of the church, we intend to return to Synod with fresh proposals that we pray will further transform the culture of the church towards disabled people. Synod. We should not fear dependency. As Christians, we are dependent on God, as revealed to us in Christ Jesus. And our dependency is founded on the very constancy of God's immeasurable love for each one of us in all our wonderful diversity. As a disabled person, I am often dependent on the constancy of others. Being healthily dependent is founded in loving relationship, built on mutuality, gift, hospitality, generosity, and profound grace. The church, as the body of Christ on earth, the wounded hands and feet of Christ, has not mirrored the constancy of God for disabled people. For to fully belong is to be missed when you are not there. And the church has not missed disabled people. And as a result, the relationship the church has with disabled people lacks trust and lacks dignity. In God, we have a new dignity, and God calls us to fullness of life. In this morning's gospel, at morning prayer, we were wonderfully presented with the story of the paralytic man being let down through the roof by his friends so he could get to Jesus. This extraordinary passage is overflowing with compassion, empathy, justice, forgiveness, intentionality, imagination, tearing down all physical and societal barriers in its wake. The friends did not follow the crowd. The friends intentionally bypassed the crowd, and through hard graft, working with the paralyzed man, together they overcame each and every barrier and managed to bring their friend to Jesus' attention. When Jesus saw the fierce faith of his friends, it was a fierce faith of the friends that made Jesus say, "Friend, your sins are forgiven you." It was because they valued and loved their friend that they set in motion a profound process of healing. Dear Synod, I too am calling on the fierce faith of friends. Like the friends of the paralytic man, we have a precious opportunity this afternoon to set in motion a process of profound healing. Healing of all of us. Healing of the church. For the focus of this motion is not to help some marginalized other. The focus of this motion is about all of us becoming more fully the body of Christ. For we are the body of Christ. In the one Spirit, we were all baptized into one body. Let us then pursue all that makes for peace and builds up our common life. For in God we all have a new dignity, and God calls us all to fullness of life. I move this motion, standing in my name.
Thank you. I'm aware that some in this debate will not be able to go to the microphone, and there is a roving mic available for usage. Those who are able to get to the microphone, once I have indicated that you will be speaking, if you could make your way down closer to the podiums, that would be very helpful with regards to keeping to time. So I call firstly Fiona Macmillan and secondly Rachel Mann. You have up to 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. Fiona Macmillan, 357 London. I welcome this motion as a first step towards a Church of England with a more accessible culture. It's an important signal about our collective commitment to disabled people to becoming a more diverse church. Let me first declare an interest. I'm newly elected as one of your representatives to the CMDDP, under whose banner Tim has brought this motion. And I'm honoured to be part of the St Martin in the Fields projects mentioned in the motion. I hope that describing these projects and some of the people who are part of them may enable Synod members to understand something of the context, the need, and the way ahead. St Martin in the Fields is known for doing good things in the area of disability, but this has not always been the case. It has previously been a hard place to get in and join in, but change has come from truly listening to disabled people, making space for us to lead, and being prepared to change. St Martin's Disability Advisory Group now holds termly open meetings for people with insight or interest in physical, sensory, cognitive or mental health or neurodiversity, whether from our own experience, from living alongside loved ones, or from our working lives. We identify barriers to belonging and suggest solutions, because those who are affected by an issue often know what would work better. They just need to be asked. We share ideas with the wider community, recognising that we are all a combination of needs and gifts. And when our needs are met, our gifts can flourish. Looking outwards, St Martin's work in partnership with Inclusive Church in a national conference on disability and theology, now in its 11th year. It's not about disability, but for disabled people. A majority of the conference planning team, speakers and delegates are disabled or neurodivergent. Yet each year new delegates come and tell us, I didn't know there were any disabled leaders. Or I tried to join in my local church, but because I can't do it the same way as everyone else, they won't let me do it at all. Or I always thought I was the only one. Disabled people are often marginalised by experience or geography. The conference has become a space for us to gather, to resource each other and the church. One told us, I came last year to learn tips to take to my church back home, and instead found I had been given back to myself. I went home with more confidence to say, this is who I am, and this is what we can do. I've come back to be restored again and resourced for another year. Some are in ministry, others on the edge of church or faith. 2 weeks ago, I had a card from someone who wrote, "I felt alienated and had no idea how to hold my faith and chronic health conditions coherently. But you and the conference team and the contributors have shown me how I can inhabit the label of disabled Christian well." Last weekend, they were ordained deacon. Churches can be good at lots of things, but if they present barriers not obvious to those except affected, they are still exclusive. By and large, churches are built and run by and for the well and the neurotypical. Unless we listen, how will we know what the barriers are? Part of the problem has been that disabled people's voices are not heard. The work often happens by the centre looking outward. Disabled people who can't access a building won't just wait patiently outside for the promise of future access. Those met with the constant drip of what's not possible and why will stop asking for change and will simply stop coming. While disabled people inside the church often experience discrimination or judgment in the very place that promises to accept them just as they are. Last week's Methodist conference said, inclusivity is not about issues, but about ensuring that justice, dignity and solidarity are a core part of the church's work. Synod accessibility is not an act of charity, but a matter of justice. I urge you to support this motion as it is presented as one step on a much longer journey. I hope this will be the start not just of greater inclusion, but of transformation. Because as long as we are excluded in practical and thoughtless ways, disabled people will continue to ask, what does the church stand for? Thank you.
Please do stand so we can begin to see who is standing. Thank you. Rachel Mann, followed by Bishop Beverly Mason for a maiden speech.
Rachel Mann, Manchester 171. Thank you for calling me Chair. Synod, I want to talk about a precarious and sacred thing. I want to talk about the body, and the scarred and wounded body in particular. I want to talk about one such example, my own. Given we live in a society which over-prioritises sight, very often I'm not seen as disabled at all. But my body is something of a beautiful wreck. Due to complex Crohn's disease, I've had over a dozen ops. Not only can you play chess on my tummy, but all the board games. My colon is long gone. I've had a permanent ileostomy for 14 years. This weather is near disastrous for me. I wildly dehydrate, and the wafer which sticks my bag to my body melts. As I speak to you, the waste stuff of my insides pumps out into a bag. And I guess you might imagine that I should be embarrassed to tell you that. But I found God in the midst of this reality. God is in the facts and in the promise, and no more or less in this often shattered and ever more vulnerable body. Vulnus, meaning wound. Wound as opening, and in that opening I think there is a way to the God who one day shall take the glorious facts of this disabled body into the resurrection body. If Christ's glorious risen body bore the wounds of his vulnerability into heaven, why should not mine? So I speak in resounding support of this motion as it stands, and with thanksgiving for the costly commitment made by those who have worked, often with less support and resources than they deserve, to call the church back to a proper delighting and cherishing of us all, no matter how temporarily abled or long-term disabled or forever disabled we are. For we are God's image bearers, called into the likeness of Christ. As a member of the Faith and Order Commission, I would welcome and delight in the opportunity to work on new resources. If I have a request, it is to ask us not to lose sight of the cost of living with invisible disability in a world and church that has reductive definitions of what counts as disability. I ask then for the church's theological imagination to be set alight by the Holy Spirit. The body of Christ Synod, friends, is a wondrous and beautiful thing into which we are called. The riches of God are found as we celebrate the diversity of these fragile, ever-changing bodies we actually are, and as we give thanks as they take their place in God's glorious body.
After Bishop Beverley's maiden speech, I will be moving to a speech limit of 3 minutes. Can I call Canon Shane Arden?
Beverley Mason, Northern Suffragans, 52. Recently in the lectionary, we recalled the resurrection appearance in John 20, where Jesus appeared to his disciples. Thomas was missing. We have no reason to believe that anybody in the room noticed that Thomas was not among them. What we do hear is that when Thomas hears whom and what he has missed, he reacts not with joy of one hearing the good news of Jesus Christ, but with the hurt of somebody who was outside the room. Many of us in this room know the hurt of being excluded. We know the psychological torment of this. We doubt our own self-worth. Rightly or wrongly, we will fill in the gaps. What most of us do not know is what it's like to live with this as a constant, to live with the hostile stares and the unspoken question of whether people should even be inside the room. As we have heard, people with disability are a discriminated minority. A charity that's close to my heart is Changing Faces, which campaigns for individuals with facial difference. People who may get past the written application for jobs, but when interviewers are confronted by their visible difference, the interview is typically awkward or cut short. In a world that is so undermining of image, with such enormous consequences upon the mental well-being of individuals, especially of our young, it is good for us to remember that people with physical and mental difference and disability, and for whatsoever reason, are and remain in the image of God. I am very grateful to my friend Tim Good, the CMDDP, the Disability Task Group, and DDA Network for bringing this important motion to Synod, which I fully support. I'd also like to thank Tim and others in this room for your faith and faithfulness against what must at times feel like insuperable challenge. I would also ask that ongoing consideration is given to the breadth of disability, including in particularly the neurodivergent. As a bishop involved in the discernment of vocations, it is evident that the Lord desires a neurodiverse leadership, ordained and lay. But there is a clear need for A, greater awareness of this, B, a deeper understanding, and C, financial provision to enable effective vocational discernment and support at every level. Friends, everyone should be able to find their place in the room and at the table.
Canon Shane Arden, followed by Reverend Jackie Doyle-Brett. We are now on 3-minute speech limit, and could I just draw the attention of the Reverend Val Plum, who I will be calling on shortly to speak to and move her amendment. She's online, just so that she can be ready. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, for calling me. Shane Ardron, 332 Leicester, and I'm a member of the Liturgical Commission. It was good to see in the paper how it reflected on the cost of the various changes. And the example they give is of changing the rubric, such as all stand, may seem inconsequential and therefore have an inconsequential cost. But if this involves Article 8 work, when changing parts of the baptism service, Holy Communion or the ordinal, the cost is no longer inconsequential because of the time it takes up, not just within the Commission, but actually coming here to Synod. So there is a time as well as a financial cost to it. And the time is probably longer than you might imagine or begin to hope for. There are other areas that the rubric really needs updating as well, which have not yet been able to come. Currently, it only refers to bishops in masculine pronouns. It would definitely be good to ensure future liturgy reflects what the group are calling for and would fully agree with that, and to enable greater inclusion. So if they could give us any advice for any future work that we do, that would be really good to hear. As an aside, personally, I would like other changes to happen, because one of the things which Archbishop Justin does is often when he introduces the Lord's Prayer, says, let us now say the Lord's Prayer in whatever language comes most naturally to you. There are lots of ways that we exclude people without even thinking about it. But introducing the Lord's Prayer is we do it regularly like this in the church that I'm part of, because we are in a multilingual parish. There are languages that people speak in our church that I'd never even heard of before, and sadly I am not multilingual. So inclusion is a very important area, and we definitely need to address it going forwards. But we have to explore the financial and time cost of changing what we already have. How we train clergy and readers and others leading worship using existing liturgy is a very good place to start, even before any changes can happen. And there are many people within the Liturgical Commission who would be dancing with delight to know that there was been more training spent on how to use liturgy and lead worship well. Thank you.
Reverend Jackie Doyle, and then I'll be going to the Reverend Val Plum to speak to and move her amendment 71. Thank you.
Jackie Doyle-Brett, York 239. Thank you for calling me, Chair. Darius was ordained deacon at York Minster this Petertide. He is serving his title at York St John University and at Christ Church, Bridlington. Darius has a great sense of humour, flashes of profound theological insight, and significant pastoral and evangelistic skills. He is described by many who have met him as a blessing, and his placement supervisor particularly valued Darius's technical expertise during lockdown. He has been instrumental in encouraging several people to come to faith. Darius has cerebral palsy and communication difficulties, and is usually accompanied by a PA who helps others to understand him. And Darius and his PA Mark are in the public gallery this afternoon. I would like to make a contribution to the debate based on Darius's lived experience. His words: I have been humbled by the last 9 years that I have taken part in the discernment and training process, and have felt so welcome by the Diocese of York and St Hild, my TEI. In this time, people have recognised that I have something to give, have worked alongside me and considered me a colleague and valued my contribution. People have mentioned that in selecting and ordaining me, doors have opened for everyone by showing how God is able to use people just as they are. However, I've also encountered challenges in the church, in particular people who see my disability before they see me as a person. Some churches I have attended think that it is appropriate to pray for my healing without my permission. However, I recognise myself to be a child of God, who is loved by him and who is called by him to ministry without the need for healing, just as I am. Darius supports the proposals, but feels that they don't necessarily go far enough, and that if the church is serious about including disabled people, then this can only be a start. There is a need for a culture change, and cost of this change cannot be underestimated. It is about far more than wheelchair access to church. In light of my journey alongside Darius in the discernment process when I was the Young Vocations Advisor for York, the impact he is already having on those he ministers to, and on the basis of my own personal conviction, that I enthusiastically urge you to support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. I call on the Reverend Val Plum to speak to and to move her amendment. 3 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. Val Plum, Oxford 190. Synod, you know I get passionate about things. Born and still ministering with a disability, I am so delighted that this is on the agenda. I give a liturgical woohoo. I naturally support this motion that Tim has brought, but I would like there to be an amendment to Part D, notwithstanding the General Synod motion passed in July 2007, that every diocese should appoint a lead person on disability issues. In July 2007, the General Synod passed a motion that every diocese should have a lead person on disability issues and ensure that these issues are an integral part of the function of the diocesan advisory committees and parsonage boards. Introducing the debate, the then Bishop of Sheffield, the Right Reverend Jack Nichols, moved a motion that called on Synod to affirm and value the contribution of disabled clergy and to ask dioceses to appoint a lead person. Make appropriate training available and ensure that disability issues were made an integral part of the functioning of all diocesan structures. We're now in 2022, 15 years later. I'm going to ask the question, how are we doing? My colleague, Reverend Katie Tuplin, now chairs the Disability Advisors Network, who meet on a monthly basis on Zoom, and she tells me that around 32 of our 42 dioceses have a named person on disability. However, most of those have disability, say, within a broader brief, such as equality and diversity, or within a HR role. Some of them are volunteers alongside full-time parish commitments. Most have no budget set aside, some come with no expenses, and there's only 2 dioceses that have advisors with a salary and a focus on disability as a specialist role, London and my own home diocese of Oxford. So this amendment is intended to remind Synod of the promises made in 2007 that each diocese still needs a local grassroots voice envisaged by the 2007 motion, as well as this motion which encourages a pooling of resources to pay for vision and oversight. I want this amendment to be noted as a connection to the past and a recognition of the situation so far, but most importantly, so that the intention of the 2007 motion is not lost to history. Thank you.
Thank you. I call on Canon Timothy Good to respond. You have up to 3 minutes once you are at the podium. Thanks.
Timothy Good, Southwark 224. Synod, I want to welcome this amendment and thank Val very much for putting it forward. And I want to accept it exactly as is written on the order paper. It reminds us that we have, Synod, been here before. And we really don't want to be in this situation again. But not only that, it also reminds us that when Synod passes motions that are not first strategically thought through and costed, offering no idea where the funding is coming from, it often leads to frustration and deep disappointment. And that has certainly been the case for disabled people in the church. And we are really seeking to change the way we work so that we are building the change on success, on real tangible cultural change. So I'm really grateful that this amendment draws attention to what the failings of the past, but also draws attention to the rationale behind this motion's approach. And as such, I urge you to please welcome it.
Thank you. Item 71, the amendment is now open for debate. So if you would like to address item 71, then please do so. I see a gentleman standing to my right and the lady here. Thank you.
Alistair Cutting, Chichester, that's, sorry. There's a reason for that. Southwark, 223. Back in 2007, when this was debated, I think I remember talking about Alan Haskey. Alan Haskey was a poster boy back in the day. His poster that he was on was for the Spastic Society, as it was then known. He was sitting robed in his graduation robes from this university where he had just got his degree. He ended up getting at least 2 more, if I remember, down the line. He also wanted to be one of those who could minister within the Church of England, and he was told, well, that's not really going to be possible, really, is it? Because you're a wheelchair user and you shake too much. That was the reason that was given to him. How would you ever preside at the Eucharist if you were going to be shaking too much? Alan actually made it through as a reader, first of all, and then indeed to be ordained. And it's so good to see that others are also following in his footsteps. He would have been proud. I'm really pleased that we're going back to this previous motion and underlining it again, and to strengthen, to say where we've been before, to underline it and to bring it into this one. I hope strongly that you will support not only this amendment, but the motion as a whole.
We're still addressing the amendments, the lady here and the Bishop of London. After the Bishop of London, I'm hoping for a motion, or I'm minded to close this amendment. Go ahead.
Rebecca Chapman, Southwark 414. Thank you, Chair. I welcome this amendment and indeed this motion and want to commend them both to Synod. The disability brief is truly huge and we need to be strategic here. When we think of disability, we must think not just of physical conditions, but also of those with no visible clues. My mother has bipolar disorder, which has impacted hugely on both her church life and on mine. And I also speak of the mum as of a gorgeous 9-year-old boy who was autistic. As a family, we have experienced difficult discrimination from other church members, comments, criticism, as well as clergy who just didn't want to discuss our son's diagnosis or condition with us, even when we had previously been part of that church congregation for a decade. But this is not just about clergy and church leadership and indeed diocesan support. It's about all of us. It is truly heartbreaking to desperately want to be fully part of a church family, and yet often find yourself and your whole family on the outside looking in because of the barriers that have been mentioned. In our case, our son experienced sensory overload within seconds of entering the church building, so we spent a lot of time running around the churchyard outside, literally outside. There is so much hope and support churches can offer to people with all kinds of bodies and minds, those that are easier to spot and those that are hard to understand. But to do so, we must take time to listen with open minds and support with hearts that are wide open. My family have also been part of churches where our son has been deeply loved, his needs have been met, he has thrived, and clergy have thanked us for bringing him to church, saying it would not have been the same experience without him. Professor John Swinton, who I think Tim quoted earlier, points out that while inclusion is a great starting point, as a church we need to go much further. Inclusion is good, but belonging is so much better. I urge Synod to support this amendment to ensure there is support at a diocesan level and within those diocesan structures, to ensure that people with all types of bodies and minds know that they are fearfully and wonderfully made and feel that among the people of God they truly belong. Thank you.
The Bishop of London, after which I'm hoping for a motion for closure on the amendments.
Sarah Mullally, 003 London. I'd like to support this amendment. In London, as you have heard, we have been fortunate enough to appoint a disability advisor. It gives us both capacity but also skill and gifts to take seriously the culture change that is required in this motion. As Tim suggested, each one of us are made in the image of God, all people, regardless of the nature of our embodied or cognitive sense or sensory shape. The London Diocese has been able to create a disability statement informed by our disability advisor. It highlights that if we are going to live this theological foundation out, fundamental is the reimagining our current models of ministry and our expectations of ministers. We need to be asking not, how can disabled people fit into the church as it is, but how will the presence and perspectives of disabled people change the church as it is? If we don't ask this question and are not prepared to answer it creatively, we will end up being tokenistic, and we will risk seeing that disabled people need to overcome their disability and do everything that we expect of a fully able minister. That is not right. It is only when disabled people can fully belong and participate in the life and the ministry of the church, and through their presence to be agents of change for the whole church, that we will begin to be the body of Christ for the world today. This requires a fundamental mindset. For most people, disability is viewed through a medical model in which it is viewed as a problem or a lack of ability or a negative trait. Yet the disabled yet risen through Jesus Christ calls us, demands us to think differently. The appointment of the disability advisor in London has enabled us to begin this cultural change and thinking. And as a result, we have gathered data about clergy and disability through past and current disability surveys. Both surveys reveal a higher than expected number of clergy identifying as disabled, and also stories of people feeling misunderstood, unsupported, and reluctant to share their issues within the church or with the senior staff. Whilst there is a lot of work to do, the appointment of the disability advisor has enabled us to begin to rethink our cultural framework, to challenge us and to be there in our vision for every Londoner to encounter the love of God. I support this amendment and this motion. Thank you.
I now wish to test the mind of the Synod on whether item 71 has been sufficiently debated. That is the amendment. I therefore put the motion for closure on item 71. Those in favour? Thank you. Those against? That is clearly carried. So we now go back to the main motion as amended by item 71. Thank you. We will go back to the main motion as amended by item 71, but can I just say, Mr. Sam, I'm sorry, we haven't voted on it. Thank you. Thank you. Can I have a show of hands? On item 71. Thank you. Those in favour? Those in favour? Thank you. Those against? That is clearly carried. Thank you. Can I just say that Mr. Sam Margrave has kindly withdrawn his amendments. I'm very grateful to him. And unless anyone else chooses to amend them, it lapses. Thank you. So we now go back to the main motion, item 29, as amended by item 71. Can I have the gentleman standing here in the grey? Yes. Followed by Bishop Atwell. Thank you. We're still on 3 minutes. Speech limit.
Temitope Taiwo, 360 London. Thank you, Chair, for calling me. Synod, I have been a follower of Jesus for 7 years, an Anglican for a shorter amount of time, and a member of Synod for even shorter than that, although the notion of time at Synod takes on a different feel, if you agree with that. But in this short time at Synod, I've had the most profound conversations, both here in the chamber and over dinner tables. And I've experienced beautiful moments, one of which was the time of worship yesterday evening and hearing the sound of the human voice as we sung in unison together. And if you were to press me as to why I deem those moments beautiful, well, a sizable part of that would be attributed to the fact that as I turned around and looked to my left and to my right, I noticed my brothers and sisters, many of whom are disabled persons, from my knowledge, and I can't help but be stirred by gratitude and joy for their lives. Like Tim shared in his opening speech, disabled people are the Cinderella of minorities, and I say that as a minority, I completely agree. Yet this only dawned on me a few years ago. You see, whilst I am a relatively young disciple, I've had many experiences across church traditions and theological views. One view I had been taught in particular was that disability in any of its forms was a problem to be solved, like Jackie shared moments ago. And so you can imagine the conflict I felt a number of years ago when, as a new budding youth worker, I momentarily lived with a family that differed from me in many ways, in colour, in class, in experience of life, but a family that also had a young teenage boy with a severe disability. Synod, I was taught both directly and indirectly to view someone like this as other. But as the days and the weeks and the months rolled on, what I saw and experienced and felt from this young man was not problematic but powerful. Was not an issue to be solved, but an individual to be celebrated. And was not someone who was other, but a young man who was and is my brother in Christ. I was taught disability was something to be changed, but the beautiful irony is that a young teenage boy with a disability changed me. And so I end with these words. If Christ is not ashamed to indwell in them, I will not be slow to embrace them. So Synod, I strongly support this motion as amended and ask that you will do the same. Thank you.
The Bishop of Exeter, followed by Jeanette Appleton. 3 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. Robert Atwell, Exeter 18. Let me begin by thanking Tim Good for this motion and speaking as Chair of the Liturgical Commission, assuring that the Commission stands ready to support this enthusiastically. It's really important to make our worship more inclusive of disabled people. 2 years ago, the Commission published guidance about worshipping alongside people living with dementia. And it's really important that we get our worship right because, as we all know, worship can generate unwittingly feelings of both inclusion and sometimes exclusion. But in relation to this particular motion, there's just one cautionary word I'd like to offer. And that's clause A in the motion includes an example seeking to remove rubrics. And as I understand it, the motion refers to liturgical directions either spoken by the person presiding at a service or which appear printed in service booklets. I think it will be really good to offer guidance for best practice in this regard, but it will be a different matter if this motion were interpreted as requiring the Church of England to remove or modify every rubric in our current authorised liturgies that suggests posture. To be frank, it'll be a nightmare to enact. As my colleague Shane Ardron said earlier, to make such changes in form of services which are alternative to the prayer book would legally be Article 7 business, if not Article 8, and it would require a full synodical process. And this would be a significant task requiring time and effort, and in the end distract us from the main task of affirming and including disabled people. I also think it's unnecessary because there's already flexibility in the interpretation of rubrics dictating posture, such as the requirement in the prayer book for a person to kneel when receiving Holy Communion. So I want to support this motion enthusiastically, but with strong encouragement to avoid the prospect of hours and hours going through thousands of rubrics in Synod. Instead, let's foster a wide-ranging discussion, working on a guide of good practice which has at its heart the experience and the advice of disabled people. In short, I advocate a holy pragmatism. Our liturgies need to be framed in ways that are pastorally sensitive and where posture, for the most part, is seen as a matter locally determined. Thank you.
Thank you. Jeanette Appleton, followed by Sarah Toppling. And as Sarah's is going to be signed, I'm going to allow 5 minutes for Sarah's, both her contribution and the signing included, just so that you're prepared. 3 minutes.
Jeanette Appleton, St Ed's and Ips 398. I declare an interest here. I'm also joining Fiona on the Committee for the Ministry of and Among Deaf and Disabled People. And I say that for all the people who are new to Synod, who may not understand all the anachronisms, and also to let you know that I'm an occupational therapist and also someone with a hidden disability. Can I tell you that the Holy Spirit is hovering in this room? Much of what I was given to write for my speech has actually been said word for word in other speeches, which means I only need to give you the last paragraph. And that is, what next? Because I gather from the mood in the hall that we are going to vote for this motion. But we voted for this motion 15 years ago, as Val reminded us. As an occupational therapist, one of the things I'm expected to do is to provide a practical pathway for people to put into place recommendations. And so I have one for you. Please take your order papers home. Do not throw them away. Do not put them back in the boxes that are provided, because what I would like you to do is make this a priority for your prayer. I want you to make it a priority for your prayer every day until we reach our destination. I would also like you to make this a priority for your reports back to your diocesan synods and to your deanery synods, so that the message reaches as quickly as possible to the coalface of PCCs, that's parish councils, committees, I think, and also the DAC, the Diocesan Advisory Committees. And I want you to really hold this and keep holding it, because that's how things progress. As an OT, if the programmes weren't carried out every day, if people forgot them, you did not make progress. Without prayer, nothing happens, so that's the priority. But please, mention this when you get back to your homes. Thank you.
Sarah Toppling, and you have 5 minutes, followed by David Tolhurst. Can we have the microphone on for the roving mic, please?
Thank you, Chair, for calling me. I'm Sarah Tuplin, and this is my name in sign language. My synod number is 471, and I'm one of the 3 reps on synod that represents deaf Anglicans together. Unfortunately, the other 2 aren't with me in this moment. One is seriously unwell, unfortunately. So many of the things that I want to say have been said before, and I think they're important words to hear. I think a lot of the things we need to think about are around hidden disability. If I wasn't signing here in front of you, or signing in the dining hall, if I was just sat alone, eating my dinner, people would walk past, maybe speak to me, not know that I was unable to hear what was going on, because deafness is very much a hidden disability. I've noticed there are many other people here that wear hearing aids, and that's a very visible manifestation of people's disability, and I think it's fantastic that we have that representation here within Synod. That makes me very happy. So I am one of the very, very few deaf lay readers in the UK. And my big concern is around training opportunities. I was delighted to see this morning in John Spencer's speech that 15 million will be allocated for training. That's wonderful, it really is truly, truly marvellous. But where is the specialist training for deaf lay readers, for deaf clergy, for deaf priests, and for all of the other important roles that we need to allow our mission to be successful? What we're seeing is when deaf clergy leave, they're not being replaced. We lose a deaf chaplain moves, and there's nobody to take that role on, and that's a huge travesty. I really like the motion that's presented by Tim today. I think it's very important, and I think we've talked a lot about inclusivity. In some churches, there seems to be the notion that bringing in a sign language interpreter is the answer to all of the problems, and that achieves inclusion. I'm very sad to say that's not in fact the case. So this motion is fantastic. If we want deaf people to be fully involved in the mission and ministry of the church, in every level, we can't rely on interpreters to make that happen. That's not the answer. I'm sure it's not only deaf people that experience these barriers. I'm sure there's lots of, as was said in the previous group we went to, oh, we'll just put a ramp in and that'll solve the problem for everybody. It's much, much more complicated and nuanced than that. It's not just lose ramps and loops. So again, I very much want to support this motion. So we need to be supporting deaf and disabled people to access training and to be able to take up these roles. If we want to be simpler, humbler, bolder, we need to be starting by being bolder rather than by being simpler, I would say, and really move things forward in a much more progressive fashion. Sorry to the Archbishop of York for trying to restructure your catchphrase there.
Thank you. David, you have up to 3 minutes. Can I see who else is standing so I get a sense? Can I ask if Tim Bull is standing? Because Yes, Tim Bull. I will call you next. You have up to 3 minutes.
David Tolhurst, Durham 104. Thank you, Chair, for calling me. Many years ago, when I still lived back down south, I worked for what became the Department of Work and Pensions. I worked for some time in the Kent Placing Assessment and Counselling team, and in fact, Chair, was the Disability Employment Advisor for Dover. I worked as an access to work consultant, and it was my job to assess and arrange for adjustments in the workplace to ensure disabled people could stay in work or could engage in new employment. My work was framed by the Disability Discrimination Act, and I was responsible for negotiating what a reasonable adjustment was and wasn't with employees. Yesterday, it was my joy to attend the workshop, Getting In and Joining In, led by Fiona and Zoe, retitled quite helpfully, More Than Lifts, Loops and Loos. Well, in a previous life, I was the person that did the lifts, the loops and the loos. And then when I worked for that very team, everything changed, because across a government office, mine and Natalie's eyes met, and the rest is history. Natalie, my wife, was born with cerebral palsy, having many operations, walked with the aid of a stick, and as life has changed, is more and more dependent upon wheelchair use. And I can echo, it is far more than lifts, loops and loos that are needed. How many times my wife will tell you she has been looked down upon and swept aside, and even some years ago at an ordination in her own cathedral, told that people like her needed to sit over there, and then stuck behind a pillar, unable to see the bishop ordaining. It wasn't me, by the way. She had a special seat at my ordination, but as a normal person, was simply swept aside. How many times has she been asked if she wanted prayers to cure her? She loses count. And her answer, inspiringly, is always the same: no, thank you. I am God's child. I am created in the image of God. But can I pray for you? This motion is not about access. It is about inclusion and belonging. It is not about reasonable adjustment. It's about the transformation of a culture, one that will take time, that will begin with the steps outlined in this motion. Synod, can I please urge you to fully support the motion, but not just by raising your hand or pressing the number 1 button on your electronic handset or even using the buttons on the online voting platform. Do it also by praying, by transforming your place of work, worship and ministry, so that we can join in the beautiful hymn words of Marty Horgan. Let us build a house where all are named, their songs and visions heard, and loved and treasures taught and claimed as words within the word, built of tears and cries and laughter, prayers of faith and songs of grace. Let this house proclaim, from floor to rafter, that all are welcome in this place.
Tim Bull and Bishop Ruth, you will both, I'm afraid, have 2 minutes only. After Bishop Ruth, I would like a motion for closure.
Tim Bull, St Albans 203. Thank you, Chair, for calling me. I wasn't going to speak in the end because there have been so many profound and moving speeches, but just to tell you briefly about one practical thing that a small group of us is doing. We want to remove all the barriers in the church, including barriers to disabled clergy taking on senior roles on bishop, dean and archdeacon. So much like the Leading Women course, we're putting together a programme or something which is in the early stages yet to equip disabled clergy to take on these senior roles. We're working with disabled clergy with a Team GB Paralympian, and we're drawing on the best experience we can get from teachers, trainers and facilitators. We've got fantastic and brilliant ideas, and they're going to be great. But of course, these ideas will be absolutely no good at all if the church is still biased and prejudiced against seeing people who maybe have a visual impairment from the deaf community, are neurodiverse, or use a wheelchair in the senior roles of bishop, dean, archdeacon, and the like. So I just want to bring this to your attention and encourage you to vote in favour of this motion, not just the things we've been talking about, but to open up the entire ministry in the church to people with disabilities. Thank you.
Bishop Ruth.
Ruth Wesley, Bath and Wells 006. You've already heard from Alistair Cutting of the pioneering Alan Haskey. His life and testimony had a profound effect upon many, and his ability to laugh and see the best in all made him a great colleague. He was in his final year of curacy when I arrived in the parish as priest in charge. He was feeling somewhat downbeat. There were many things that remained uncompleted within his training schedule. He'd never taken a wedding or funeral, and his input in services appeared to be limited to his undoubted skills as a speaker. Like Darius, Alan found that well-meaning people had sometimes limited his opportunity to participate fully in the life of the church. Ramps had been provided, a dining table had replaced the nave altar to accommodate his wheelchair, but much was needed for us to realise the gift that Alan was to us. A cultural shift was required so that we could not miss the unique gift of becoming the whole body of Christ, the broken body of Christ. I remember one very special Sunday where I stood alongside Alan at the table of welcome, and as he spoke the words of consecration, so I became his hands and feet. Together we illustrated the vulnerable body of Christ in the breaking of bread and sharing of wine. Sisters and brothers, Alan may have needed me to support him in fully participating within the life of the church, but I needed him too, to understand the full nature of the Christ we both followed. I urge you to support this motion.
I now wish to test the mind of the Synod on whether item 29, as amended by item 71, has been sufficiently debated. I therefore put the motion for closure on this item. Those in favour, please show. Those against. This is clearly carried. Now I need to. Can you tell me what standing order has been breached? Can you come forward? Can I invite Tim to respond to the debate, please? You have up to 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. And a huge thank you to all who have contributed to what I think we'd all agree has been a really, really special and moving debate. And thank you for understanding and endorsing the approach that the Disability Task Group is really setting forward. And I look forward to being back with new motions, furthering the inclusion, the full participation of disabled people. There are so many people to mention, and forgive me, therefore, if I don't do a running tally of all who have spoken. But I do actually want to just thank very much Sam for his passion for the disability cause. We have spoken a lot in the last 24 hours, and he recognised that we wanted as many voices as possible to speak, but his passion for justice and for disabled people is absolutely palpable, and I wanted to honour that. So thank you so much, Sam. I also want to thank Darius for joining us today in the gallery, and he is sporting his wonderful new dog collar. And I have to say, Darius, you make my heart sing. You really do. It's wonderful to see you here and to support us in this work. So thank you so much. I also, though, want to note the real challenge that Fiona has given us. What does the church stand for? And reinforce our baptismal promise that in God we have a new dignity and God calls us to fullness of life. Please, let's go from here and live out our baptismal promise. Can I also touch on and thank the Bishop of Exeter for his speech, and to reassure the Liturgical Commission that we are absolutely up for a conversation. This is not about a retrograde turning over everything before. We really are looking forward to that conversation. I welcome the conversations we've already had, which have been very encouraging. The way we physically engage with our worship is vital. But can I stress, it is vital for disabled people too. And that has never, ever been acknowledged. And what this motion is calling is for us to acknowledge, to listen, so that we can all be the body of Christ together in worship. So thank you very much for all that you said in our own conversations as well. I'm going to stop there for all your sakes, because I'd like to actually hold the end of this debate in prayer. And we have, I hope, a slide which will be shown. Is that possible? If not, if it's not there, that does not matter, because here we go. Lovely. Thank you. If you would join in all that is bold. So shall we just take a moment of quiet, just to give thanks for this debate, for all that we have shared, and for all that we are going to take away and act upon. Loving Lord, you have searched me and you know me. You know all my thoughts, and everywhere I will go. You knit me together in my mother's womb. I am created in your image. Your works are wonderful, and I praise you because I am fearfully and wonderfully made. Amen. Thank you, Synod.
We come now to vote on item 29. Point of order.
Chantal Noppen, Durham. Aren't you proud of me, Durham? 108. I would like to request that we could do this as a counted vote, but not just of the whole synod, but by house. So I hope that 3 voices will resoundingly support this motion. I know I wasn't supposed to put opinion as to why, am I?
Thank you. Do I have 25 people standing asking for in agreement? Yes, I believe we do. Thank you very much. Thank you.
I'm about to ring the bell to warn members that a counted vote by houses is to take place. 2 minutes after it ceases, the counted vote will begin.
Synod, this is a counted vote by houses on item 29 as amended by item 71. Those present in York using the voting handsets and who wish to vote in favour should press 1. Those against should press 2. Those who wish to record an abstention should press 3. Those participating remotely should use the online voting platform and vote or register an abstention using the buttons on the screen.
Voting period is now open. End in 1 minute. Voting period will end in 15 seconds. The voting period has now ended.
House of Bishops, voting for, 32. None against and no recorded abstentions. House of Clergy, voting for, 153. No against and no recorded abstentions. House of Laity, voting for, 162. None against and no recorded abstentions. The motion as amended was carried. This item is now closed and we move to next business. Thank you.
Synod, before the next item of business, the Secretary-General would like to address us.
Members of Synod, I'm sorry about such a change of tone, but I need to give you an update on the latest position on the elections from the House of Laity and the House of Clergy to the Crown Nominations Commission. This will, I'm afraid, take a minute or two. I have some good news, some not quite so good news, and something of a dilemma which I will put before you. First, the good news. The counting of the votes from last night is underway. We have not so far identified any duplicate votes. At the time of writing this, we had not so far been formally notified of anyone eligible to vote who was unable to vote, though I have since had a note from some individual who may be in that position. We're looking into it. And there may be people who were unable to vote while being eligible from whom we have not yet heard. One detail on that, please note that under the standing orders, to be eligible to vote, you must have been present last night. And that means either in this chamber or on Zoom between 8:30 and 9:30 yesterday evening. So, Synod, I want to explain that we now face, as I said, something of a dilemma. We have two principal options, and I'm going to explain them to you. Option one, we can proceed with counting the votes from last night and announce the results, as planned, before prorogation tomorrow. Note again that the new standing orders, recently introduced, require us both to conduct the election and to announce the results during one group of sessions. So there is a deadline tomorrow. But there is, of course, a risk of an appeal against those results. If an elector believes that he or she was unable to vote while being eligible to vote, they may very reasonably appeal the result. Now, Synod, if an appeal is about that, the exclusion of one or two electors, which would of course be quite serious enough, then the appeal process could be run within about 10 days. If the appeal were upheld, then, though of course I cannot say what the judge of the appeal might do, it is possible that the judge might simply direct a recount to incorporate ballots from those one or two electors excluded. That might, though, change the result we had announced, or it might not, which would not be very satisfactory. So option two, why not then simply rerun the election? Well, to rerun the election, given the time in the group of sessions we are at, we would need to ask Synod to suspend the standing order requiring the result to be announced at this group of sessions, because there is not time to process it. That would require a 75% vote of the Synod, but might well be forthcoming. Then we would need to run the election again over this evening and tomorrow morning using paper ballots and electronic versions of paper ballots for those at home on Zoom. And we could do that. But What about the people who were here to vote yesterday but are not present today? There is a risk that some members of Synod might not receive the notification of a rerun election and might not have a chance to join Zoom before lunch tomorrow in order to vote. Such people might, again very reasonably, also want to appeal against the results of a rerun election. There is a risk of an appeal against the conduct of a rerun election. An appeal against one or two people would, as I say, take about 10 days. An appeal against the conduct of the election overall could take a few months to resolve, I'm afraid, under the standing orders, given the need to establish an appeal panel and to hold a hearing. So, Synod, neither option is entirely without risk. And I imagine few people would favour the third option of calling a special extra group of sessions purely in order to hold the CNC elections. The clerk and I have discussed this dilemma with the prolocutors and the Chair and Vice Chair of the House of Laity. It is our decision, but I believe the Synod officers support it. It is our view that option 1 is the preferable option. We do not propose to run the election again. We will count the votes from last night's election. If there is one or more electors who were individually unable to vote while being eligible, we will invite them to appeal the result, and we will then seek to expedite the appeal as quickly as possible and to establish whether the results are changed or not. If there is a wider appeal, which of course Synod members are entitled to do, that too will be dealt with according to the standing orders, but may take considerably longer. We do, though, expect to announce a result tomorrow morning, and those pairs elected then will be members of the new CNC unless and until that result is changed following any appeal. We have, I'm afraid, been unable to come up with a better option given the circumstances we find ourselves in. Once again, I am very sorry that we are all left in this unsatisfactory position, and I am very grateful to many members of Synod for expressing your understanding and forbearance. Thank you.
Synod, we now come to item 502, the draft Diocesan Stipends Fund Amendment Measure, which is before the Synod for first consideration. For this, members will need the draft measure, which is GS 2255, the explanatory notes, GS 2255XX, and the policy note, GS 2255PP, and they include the financial information that we need. I'm therefore going to call on the Chair of the Steering Committee, the Bishop of Sheffield, to move item 502, that the measure entitled Diocesan Stipends Fund Amendment Measure be considered for revision in committee. And Bishop, you may speak for not more than 10 minutes.
Synod, I want to begin by telling you about Lucy. Lucy is a young priest in the Diocese of Sheffield, ordained deacon in 2019 and priest in 2020. During her curacy, she has pioneered a new worshipping and missionary community on one of our most deprived neighbourhoods in the deanery of Attercliffe, bringing back into use a former church building and reviving a stipendiary ordained ministry in its former parish. But this summer, her curacy will end, and she has to move to an incumbency. This is her account of the outreach she has so ably led in the past 2 years. Our priority has been to collaborate with local people and organisations to make the lives of local people better. We seek to introduce people to Jesus' love through building relationships and by serving our neighbours. We have a weekly cafe, which is our key point of contact in the week, with a relational fringe and a very natural place for faith conversations. We're growing a variety of support services offered there. Before the cafe, we have morning prayer, and we've been surprised by how many people consistently arrive early for the cafe to join us. Since we began a regular pattern of worship in January, we've now established 3 congregations, all fairly humble in size: a weekly Sunday evening service, a monthly outdoor wild church service in the church's community garden, and a monthly midweek communion, which we've only just begun. Between these services, we have an overall regular worshipping community of 30 people and are growing each month. We've had multiple inquiries about baptism and are planning a new baptism prep programme in response. It's early days, but all in all, we have regular, meaningful contact with at least 55 people in the community and are hopeful that these numbers will continue to grow and that many will grow in their relationship with God. Why have I told you about Lucy and this beautiful ministry in one of our most deprived localities of the diocese? Well, because the truth is that the Diocesan Board of Finance in Sheffield has no budget to sustain this work. Left to ourselves, we could not afford to place a stipendiary incumbent in Arbourthorne. But very soon, I hope to license Lucy to an incumbent status role there so that she can indeed continue this good work. How? Through the generosity of another diocese. Some of you may remember from our debate in November that last year the Diocese of Oxford took a decision to give away £1 million of its wealth over 4 years to allow 5 of the least wealthy dioceses in the country to invest in additional missionary capacity. That generosity has benefited not only Sheffield, but Newcastle, Liverpool, Birmingham and Canterbury. And in Sheffield, we've allocated the funds we've received to sustain Lucy's ministry. That is the difference that interdiocesan generosity can make, and in Sheffield, we thank God for it. But even Oxford was not able to give out of its diocesan stipends fund, which is currently restricted. Friends, I confess that this debate is a little unexpected. Following the overwhelming endorsement of the motion in November 2021, the Business Committee determined on the 23rd of March this year, under Standing Order 51A, that the first consideration of this measure could be deemed or taken as read. That would have been the first use of a new power that is intended to make the legislative process quicker in certain favourable circumstances, and it would have enabled us now to be debating the revision stage of this draft measure. However, as they are perfectly entitled to do, 29 members of the Synod have requested a preliminary debate, and so here we are. But if I'm a bit surprised that we're debating first consideration this afternoon, I'm really not disappointed. I'm convinced that one of the most important challenges facing this Synod in this quinquennium is to achieve greater mutuality and greater transparency in regard to the financial resourcing of the mission and ministry of the Church of England nationwide. We are going to need in the coming years greater generosity, greater liberality, greater open-handedness, but also, equally, greater transparency, greater clarity, greater open-mindedness. And to that end, frankly, the more Synod airtime we devote to this measure and its associated tasks, the better. As I indicated in November, if we are to find a settlement which truly will enable us to resource the cure of souls fairly throughout the country, to maintain a vigorous stipendiary ordained ministry in the most deprived communities of the land, so that in every place we can bring the grace and truth of Christ to this generation and make him known to those in our care, it will require transparency, mutuality, and generosity. And greater generosity will be required on at least 4 levels. The underwriting of the stipendiary ordained ministry of the Church of England will continue to require, first of all, the generosity of individual worshippers. And up and down the country, there is still work to be done to excite that generosity with more consistency. And the working group I chair is liaising closely with the National Giving Team on this. Then, secondly, there is a need for intra-diocesan generosity, for generosity within dioceses. At present, there are too many anomalies, inequalities, and inconsistencies in the extent to which parishes contribute to their diocesan parish share or common fund. Up and down the country, there is a need not only for greater generosity, but for greater fairness within dioceses. More transparency in relation to the inequalities in parish wealth must be a good thing. But then thirdly, there is a need, as Lucy's situation illustrates, for greater interdiocesan generosity, for generosity between dioceses. It is well known that not all dioceses are equally richly endowed, and it was striking to me to hear that point referenced even in the safeguarding presentation on Saturday. And the Gospel places on the more wealthy dioceses an obligation to have regard to those dioceses which are less wealthy. St. Paul's appeals for contributions from Macedonia to his collection for the saints in need in Jerusalem surely applies to us at an inter-diocesan level. And then finally, there is a need at the national level for greater generosity. And since we debated in November the need to draft the legislation before us today, we have heard the good news that the Church Commissioners will in the next triennium increase by 30% the sums available to dioceses to sustain the mission and ministry of God in local communities. And for this, I say hallelujah. But generous as it is, the sums announced for 2023 to 25, and even the commitments made for 2026 to 31, are not a complete solution. Generosity is still required from the other partners I have mentioned, and indeed from all who make up the economy of the Church of England. And to repeat what I said in November, this measure is only permissive. It does not require any diocese to give to others. It does not mandate anything. It merely removes a restriction so that dioceses which have the means and the will to be generous to others are less constrained in future than they are at present. My mother-in-law, Mary, brought up 4 daughters on the stipend due to a Baptist minister, but she ingrained in her children, and through them in me, this saying: "You will always have enough to be generous." Yes, times are hard for every diocesan board of finance. Yes, inflation is high, the cost of living is increasing daily, and the economic future is uncertain. But Christians are called everywhere and always to be generous. How can we not progress this afternoon a measure which merely permits and does not require generosity? And how will we challenge the wretched inequalities of wealth across our nation as a whole, and the present dire needs of the poorest among us, in the name of Jesus Christ, if we are not tackling at every opportunity the inequalities within our own institution? Friends, this measure is surely part of the way forward. It is not a solution to the challenges we face, but it can make a contribution. This measure will not confiscate money. It will simply loosen some purse strings to enable some wealthier dioceses to partner more generously in the gospel with some dioceses which are less wealthy. And so I move the measure entitled the Diocesan Stipends Fund Amendment Measure be considered for revision in committee. Thank you.
The motion is now open for debate. The prolocutor.
Kate Wharton, Liverpool 157.
Sorry. I was just looking to see to call. Julie, thank you. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you. I'm sorry. Kate Wharton, Liverpool 157. I'm delighted that we have the opportunity today to discuss this measure, which I think is extremely important and long overdue. I've spent all 17 years of my ordained ministry in deprived urban parishes in Liverpool Diocese. And we often talk there about our hope that parishes with greater resources will support those with lesser resources. Whether that's because they pay more parish shares so that others can pay less, or because those with more ministers offer them for cover elsewhere. Of course, then, we would hope that similar resource sharing and support would happen between dioceses. There is an extraordinary disparity between richer and poorer dioceses. Compare the £171 million of Oxford with the £1.5 million of Liverpool. This isn't due to good versus poor financial management. It's due to all sorts of complex factors: historic assets, variation in land values, etc. As a side note, I like to play a fun game where I invite my southern friends to guess how much I paid for the 3-bedroom, 2-reception-room terraced house with front and back gardens and off-street parking, which I own and rent out in Huyton. They try hard, but they can never guess low enough. Ask me later, but it's a 5-figure sum, not 6. Of the 10 dioceses with the lowest historic wealth per capita, 7 are in the north, and 1 is somewhere in the middle that many of you southerners probably think is north. As the accompanying papers remind us, dioceses with smaller DSF balances are more vulnerable, and this is obviously a live issue currently due to the pandemic and the cost of living crisis. The principle of Acts 4 is important here, I think. It would be very easy to dismiss this as a lovely idea from the early church, but totally impractical today. But what if it was, in fact, a beautiful blueprint for the use of our DSFs? What might it actually look like for no one to claim that any of their possessions was their own, but rather to share everything that they have? It's great to hear of Oxford Diocese leading the way with their grant of £1 million over 4 years, and it's very timely, given the conversations we've already had during this synod session on link funding grants. It was wonderful to hear from Bishop Pete the story of Lucy's pioneering ministry, which can continue due to this generosity. We in Liverpool have also been grateful for similar generosity. However, Oxford's bold generosity couldn't as yet come from its DSF. Ideally, I'd like this measure to go further and be more radical than it is. But surely this is the minimum we must do. This is a very important and live issue for us in Liverpool. We are both the diocese with the lowest total capital and the lowest ranking diocese by assets per capita. But I'm not just asking for this because my diocese and my church are extremely poor. I very much hope that I'd still argue as strongly for this were I in Oxford or Lincoln. And that is for one simple reason. I believe before God that it is the right thing to do. Let's follow Paul in 2 Corinthians, as Bishop Pete reminded us earlier, deciding in our hearts to give, not reluctantly or under compulsion, but cheerfully. Thank you.
Duly followed by the gentleman up there. Thank you.
377. Chair, I am a member of the Mutuality and Transparency and Finances Group, a member of the steering committee for this measure, the Archbishop's Council Finance Committee, Oxford's Bishop's Council, and a trustee of the Parish Giving Scheme. It's all good fun. This measure is a result of a request of this synod to bring forward legislation to encourage and enable generosity between dioceses, given the huge disparity in historic wealth in different dioceses. It's quite simple. It enables dioceses to give income from their diocesan stipends funds, which moulds much of the historic wealth of a diocese, to other dioceses, either directly or via another charity. The second option is because when Oxford chose to give the money away, we did not want to choose the recipient diocese ourselves, so we asked the Archbishop's Council to do it for us. The legislation facilitates generosity between dioceses from historic wealth, which is so unevenly distributed. It is important to remove barriers to generosity. Jonathan de Bernard-Wood, the National Giving Advisor, refers to this as reducing the friction. It's easier to be generous. If it's easier to be generous, people are more likely to be generous, and the same applies to dioceses. This is why the Parish Giving Scheme works so well. It makes it easy to give. This legislative change will make it easier for dioceses to be generous. I hope and pray that dioceses will use it. As a part of the work of the Mutuality and Finance Group, we had a look at the history of the Diocesan Stipends Fund. I had naively thought that they sprang into existence as a result of the Endowments and Glebe Measure 1976, which transferred glebe assets from parishes to dioceses and required the diocese to pay the clergy. I was wrong. DSF date back to at least 1944 and actually have their origins in the Union of Benefices Act 1919. So legislation trying to make church finances more equitable goes back over 100 years. It is time for the diocesan stipends funds to evolve a little bit more, to enable dioceses to make gifts to other dioceses should they choose to do so. please vote in favour of this measure so that it can begin its legislative journey and ultimately facilitate interdiocesan generosity. Thank you.
Sir, and then gentleman there. Thank you very much.
Ian Johnston, 387 Portsmouth. This is my maiden speech. I suggest that one diocese donating to another in need is doing what can be done, while avoiding the greater problem of the viability of the receiving diocese. And such charity, I suggest, might be no more than a sticking plaster. Our present initiatives would reorganise some of the NCIs. I suggest they need to be more holistic, with crucially the well-being of the parish at their heart. If we do this, then our diocese would be strengthened and would not need bailing out. What we need is a fundamental reconsideration of centralisation, delegation and subsidiarity. This is the analysis we should be doing, and in doing so we will make redundant the proposals we are debating here today. Also consider these points. The proposal would confuse the existing mechanism for the Church Commissioner's support for low-income dioceses, of which we've heard so much. Charity Commission guidance prevents donations to an organisation of questionable financial strength. The gifts would come from the donor's parish. Would this be its best use? Would its parishes be consulted? Remember Andrew Orange's plea when this matter was debated last. These proposals break the tight ring fencing established when money was first appropriated from parishes, and they sever the link between those who originally gave the money and those who spend it. But most importantly, such donations would remove the incentive to correct what was ever causing the problems in the receiving diocese. Dioceses need properly functioning and resourced parishes and sensible overheads to work well. Parishes generate over £1 billion in income a year. It is our collective overhead that is the problem. This is what the Diocese Commission needs to sort out. This is the solution to our weaker dioceses, and not, I suggest to you, this very well-intentioned but misguided proposal. It is an easy, short-term option, and it misses the point. I will urge you to vote against. But before that, while I'm talking about the parish, let me say this. I am a newbie to General Synod. Fearing the worst, I have come to be impressed by Synod. It has weaknesses, there is absolutely no doubt about that. The Save the Parish network, of which I am a member, welcomes all traditions. It has experts in non-theological subjects. It's interested in everything to do with the parish. Its rapid growth points to Synod's need for it in so many ways. It will be a positive contributor to the debate we are having on the balance within our church. And that includes this motion. I urge you to vote against. Thank you.
Thank you. You have 5 minutes. The lady standing there, be reducing the speech limit to 3 minutes after this next speech.
Thank you, Chair. Clive Billerness, 306, Diocese in Europe. Members, I voted for the motion when it came before Synod, and I certainly intend to vote for it again today. And I support entirely the principle of better use of restricted funds. But I'm an auditor, and I can find the cloud behind any silver lining if you give me an opportunity to do so. So I stand here today simply to ask the Revision Committee to consider what risks might be created by this measure and to address them when the draft measure is brought before us, hopefully after you approve it at the next Synod. If you wonder what risks I'm talking about, I'm asking the committee to think about appropriate controls on limits on interdiocesan transfers for issues such as the donating diocese already contemplating reductions in its stipendiary clergy, which a reduction in restricted funds might exacerbate, or perhaps limiting the duration of a grant of revenue income without a formal renewal Just to remind you, we just limited church commissioners' powers to apply capital for 7 years only before it comes back to us. So I don't ask you to vote against, but the drafting committee, I do ask you, please, when you come back, to have considered and explained how you will mitigate these kind of financial risks. Thank you, Chair.
After you, Sam McGuinness, please.
Thank you, Chair. Sammy Tees, York 439. Thank you for asking me to speak. This is my maiden speech, and I speak as a diocesan giving advisor in York, and also, like Julie, I am also a trustee of the parish giving scheme. In my job, I spend a lot of my time encouraging church communities to become more the generous churches that God calls us to be. Generosity is at the heart of our faith, and every way in which we live out our faith requires us to give of ourselves in some way. Crucially, I focus a lot of my time on culture change, helping to shape a refreshed culture where generosity is a joy. It's an expression of love and something in which we rejoice in and embrace fully as part of our faith. This is true both on an individual level, a church level, and an interdiocesan level. When working with churches, I frequently refer to Paul's writing in 2 Corinthians 8 and 9, speaking of the churches in Macedonia giving a financial gift one to the other. Paul writes that this gift is a privilege to the giver. He writes that it is a privilege to give according to their means for the privilege of serving in the ministry to the saints. This, for me, speaks so wholly to this motion, that it is our privilege to be the giver to the whole ministry of God. And so, as we debate this motion, I'm a firm believer that a generous church and a generous diocese is one which receives in order to give away. This motion is a beautiful outworking of this model of ministry, grace, and generosity, which I fully support and I urge you also to do.
Sam McGuinness, and then a gentleman in the blue shirt. That's you, yeah.
Sam McGuinness, Chelmsford 83. I just want to thank Bishop Pete for his inspiring speech. Of course, we all want to encourage generosity and mutuality in the church, as St. Paul first did for us in the New Testament, and I will just say at the outset that I will be voting in favour of the motion. However, alongside generosity and mutuality, if we do not have sustainability in our income, how can this measure ever be anything but a sticking plaster, as we heard from Ian Johnson previously? Bishop Pete said about how alongside making interdiocesan generosity easier, we need to continue encouraging individual giving within our parishes and church communities, and also greater generosity and fairness within our parish, within our diocese through our parishes and deaneries. Well, I would just like to remind everyone that there is already a form in which that giving from parishes is being pooled and can be distributed equitably within our diocese, and that is through our diocese glebe endowments, which were taken under diocesan management in 1978 under the endowments and glebe measure. For, of course, if we do not have sustainable income within our diocese, how can we ever actually develop long-term strategy and missional planning within our diocese and parishes? It's a bit like with our theological educational institutions, which we'll be debating shortly, reforming their funding to be able to have better and more sustainable ways of making long-term planning. And of course, as we discussed earlier, about encouraging younger and more diverse clergy and ministry within the church. If we do not have the posts and the money to fund those posts over a lifetime of ministry, how can we ever be the church that we are meant to be in this land? Now, I have been working with the Save the Parish Network through this year as a member of their financial scrutiny group. We've already heard from a few of the other members of that group during this debate. And since January, we have been looking into DBF accounts, the Commissioner's accounts and the Archbishop's Council's accounts to see actually where the money is flowing across the whole church. And one area we've been looking at is the level of glebe endowment. And on our estimates, that across the diocese there is £9 billion worth of glebe assets held within the Church of England, which is only bringing out about a 1.5% return annually. Something is not right at those levels of return. Now, this is only an estimate because, as we've been looking into it, some dioceses aren't even sure of the full extent of glebe that they hold. All I want to say, Synod, is if this measure is not going to be anything more, or that is going to be more than a sticking plaster, we need central support from the commissioners, who of course has the expertise to be able to help our diocese manage their glebe in a more sustainable way with better and more consistent returns, so that we can ensure that if we are going to encourage interdiocesan generosity, that there is enough money across our diocese to be able to fund ministry both within and between our diocese. Thank you.
After you, Sir Carl Hughes.
Andy Salmon, 172, Manchester. I wasn't planning to speak in this debate, but I wanted to respond to some of what has been said, and particularly to the implication that this is about supporting weaker dioceses. And as one of our previous speakers said, the implication is that dioceses such as Manchester, and we're not by any means one of the poorest dioceses, but we're pretty poor, the implication is that we have somehow failed and that we're no good. And, well, I want to refute that implication and suggest that, as our prolocutor said in the first speech, we are in a situation where there are historic reasons why certain dioceses are weaker. We are in a situation where nationally our politics has failed us, and some areas are much poorer than others, and we need, as a church, to be more radical than this. I accept that, and I've urged in previous debates on this subject that we do need to be more radical, but I want to firmly endorse supporting this motion because we need to move forward with this. It's a first step. It's one thing. It's one thing that we can do to address fundamental disparities that we have across our national church. It's just one small step, but please, I urge you to support this motion.
Carl Hughes, followed by Marcus Walker.
Thank you, Chairman. Carl Hughes, 416 Southwark. I really just want to make a couple of comments relating to the presentation from Sam McGuinness. I must say that as the Deputy Chair of the Archbishop's Council Finance Committee, I don't really recognise or understand the analysis of returns that he presented in his speech. And I'd be very grateful on behalf of the Finance Committee if that analysis could be provided to us so that we can actually have a look at it with the members of the finance function. Otherwise, having made that comment, I would very much encourage Synod to support this enabling piece of legislation, which I think will actually help move us forwards in the direction that we want to go. Thank you, Chairman.
Marcus Walker, and then gentleman there, Gavin, I think.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Chairman. Like the Lord Bishop of Sheffield, I am delighted to support this motion, and I'm delighted that we have the opportunity to discuss the plight of stipends and stipendiary ministry, particularly among the poorer dioceses, and within those dioceses, particularly among the poorer areas. There is a serious problem in our church with the fact that the areas that most desperately need priests cannot afford them. And it is wonderful if areas that have got a superfluity of money can use that money to support priests in areas that desperately need them. But this cannot be it. We have got to look at the ways that we can use the vast resources of the church better to be able to funnel the money that we have into those poorest areas from all around the church, and most especially from the top, from the Archbishop's Council and from the church commissioners, to ensure that every corner of our country, and most especially the poorest corners of our country, are not left destitute of priests. As we do this, we also have to be alert to how the dioceses are spending that money, the link money they already receive, and all the other monies that they have, so that recipient dioceses should, within this measure when it finally goes forward, have to guarantee that only a small proportion of the monies that they receive are spent on central costs, and that most of that money is going to the front line to support those who most desperately need it. I'm sure this will happen, and I'm delighted to support this motion.
Gavin Drake, followed by the Archbishop of Canterbury.
Thank you. Gavin Drake, Sutherland, Nottingham 421. I also support this draft measure. I think it's very good, and it's the wealthier dioceses to offer their funds to the poorer dioceses, not the weaker ones, is a good measure. I understand at first consideration we're supposed to keep speeches to the general purport of the bill and not to specific clauses. There is only one substantive clause on this measure, so if you'll excuse a little leeway on that. The clause proposes a new subclause 2B, which suggests that the money could, from the giving diocese, could go directly to the receiving diocese or to a charity. And the concern that I have is that what controls do we have over that charity? Now, the new subclause 3 says that the charity must give the funds on, so it's implicit in there that there's no top slicing for admin costs. I think I'd be more comfortable if it was more explicit that there's no top slicing of admin costs from a charity. I think the money should go directly to the diocese or through the Archbishop's Council rather than new structures or charities that we don't control. Thank you.
Thank you. The Archbishop of Canterbury. I see no one else standing at.
Thank you very much, Justin Welby, Canterbury 1. I obviously strongly support this measure, and I think most of the speeches, and I find myself in the happy situation of agreeing very warmly in many ways, but not entirely, with Marcus, who is an exceptional priest in his own right and does a wonderful job, and it's a privilege to have him in the Synod, very overdue. The business of generosity is at the heart of what it is to be part of the church. We reflect in our generosity to one another the generosity that God shows to us. And therefore, in all the measures that have been passed, and I was an incumbent of a parish that had lost vast tons of glebe in the 70s, and many still remembered that, and I've been in 2 dioceses that lost vast tons of investment, Durham and Canterbury. It is good that there was that generosity to enable there to be inequality or equivalence of income across the church. But we must, with generosity, include trust. One of the things that is slightly worrying me in some of the tones I'm hearing is that we need to control what is happening by these wicked bishops. Well, I think we're a bit short of wicked, scheming bishops. I mean, we used to have plenty, but there aren't many left. I speak not of archbishops, whose symbol is a double cross, of course, But I speak of the shortage of scheming bishops. They are, on the whole, generous, careful, faithful, and prayerful. This business of we have to make sure the money is being used right calls for immense centralisation. And I'm sorry, I am really, this may surprise a lot of you, and particularly the Church Times, but I am deeply against centralisation. I think it is entirely the wrong way to go. But what has been said by a number of people, including Father Marcus, implies profound centralisation to make sure the right thing is being done. And finally, it needs faith, because 90% of the Anglican Communion does not have a lifetime source of money. It has, if lucky, a month's source. And they live by faith. And to quote one of my closest friends who died of COVID in Eastern Congo, Archbishop Titre will know him well, Desire Mukanawa. He said, "I do what God enables me to do with his resources, and I trust him for the rest."
The gentleman in the shirt up there, and then I'm going to test the mind of Synod for closure of this debate. Of 3 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. Charlie Houston, Hereford, 323. It's really more of a point of information, if I may. Canon John Spence has confirmed to me that there is over £1 billion locked up in PCC current accounts mostly, possibly some, hopefully, deposit accounts. And I believe that the Church of England must do everything it possibly can to facilitate the release of the interest. Church commissioners make 9%, that's £900 million per annum. Sorry, 90 million. It's a lot of money, £90 million per annum. I'm a surveyor, not an accountant. What a difference that would make. Now, the Church commissioners, under their remit, their licence, they cannot take loans from parishes. But there must be some reason within all the brains and the brains of the archbishops and the lawyers here that we can make this work. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm just going to test the mind of Synod, I'm afraid, Bishop, as much as I love you. I think that we've had a good debate so far, so I'm going to test your mind, Synod, for closure of this debate on this item. All those in favour for a motion of closure, please indicate. Thank you. And those against? That's clearly carried. So I call on the Bishop of Sheffield to respond to the debate, and Bishop, you have up to 5 minutes to do so.
Thank you very much, Chair. I don't think I'm going to need 5 minutes because I don't want to respond in detail to all 12 of those submissions, partly because this is now a continuing conversation. The measure will come back at its revision stage. But thank you for those 12 thoughtful and generous in tone contributions to the debate, and not least for the 2 maiden speeches. We've made a note of the areas of concern and caution that were being expressed. And if you have items of detail that you want the process to take forward into the revision, could you please, are you going to say this in fact, Chair, is there a date by which people have to make their submissions? Great. In which case, I think I just want to say thank you, Synod, for the debate.
Thank you. So I now put item 502 to the vote. All those in favour, please show. Thank you. All those against, please show. Thank you. That is clearly carried. The draft measure is now automatically committed to a revision committee. As stated in the agenda, any member who wishes to submit proposals for amendment should send them in writing to the clerk to the Synod to reach her no later than, and here's what you were talking about, Bishop, no later than 5:30 p.m. on Friday the 9th of September. Put it in your diary. That completes this item of business. Thank you. We now remain for the next item.
We move to item 30. The Resourcing Ministerial Formation Review has found that significant changes to the current system of funding for the training of ordinands are required, and this item will enable members to shape the ongoing development of those proposals. Members will need GS 2271 for this item, and I invite, without further ado, the Bishop of St Edmundsbury in Ipswich to speak to this item. He has up to 10 minutes.
Good afternoon, Synod. Thank you. And may I say how grateful we are to the Business Committee for giving us time to consider this work in progress so that we can hear the views of Synod to help us strengthen the provision of theological education in the Church of England. As you, I think, probably picked up in the questions earlier in this Synod, I ended my term chairing the Ministry Council a week ago. Bishop Mark Tanner has taken over. Mark and I took on coordinating this review of ministerial formation. The old one was ministerial education, so that's where the acronyms have varied. And we took over in November, and he's asked me to continue to be involved, which is why I'm standing here. I recognise the paper has a lot of detail in terms of principles and just the beginnings of practical proposals. So what I want to do now is draw out just a few, and I realise I'm missing out a lot, but just a few key points as a prelude to hearing your thoughts and ideas that will help steer the work going forward. First, at the beginning of our deliberations, we were quite clear that the starting point is that theological education is for the whole people of God. It's not an exercise just for those preparing for public ministry. We as disciples, as missionary disciples, are all engaged in theological education as we learn and grow in faith. Theological education is about the formation and learning of all of us as we grow and deepen in faith and practice in what it means to be Christians in the world. So the theological education provided by theological education institutions, which I will refer to as TEIs, obviously contributes to this aim through the rigorous preparation of ordinands and some lay ministers who will be teachers and pastors, enabling the learning of the people of God, building up the body of Christ. And theological education institutions can also contribute to the learning of us all through opening up access to courses and programs, either specifically tailored or existing courses. And the experience of the online offerings during the pandemic has opened up wider participation possibilities. We have in our TEIs an extraordinary resource, and particularly a resource for theological learning that we would want to see available more and more widely for ordinands, for lay ministers, and for the whole people of God. So one consistent theme through all this work has been how do we increase availability and access to a greater breadth of ordinands and lay ministers and widen the scope of those benefiting from the resources of our TEIs, including in the provision of continuing ministerial development. And then how do we build a funding model to enable that? We do recognise that this requires additional funding, and the model needs to enable that. In the first instance, through ensuring that all of the Vote 1 allocation is spent each year, rather than having, through the current formula, about £1 million a year remaining in dioceses unspent because of pathway choices by ordinands. Secondly, my second main point here is we're undertaking this process through building partnerships. So for me, a key sentence in this present report is the start of paragraph 2, and I quote, "Our task is to nurture a framework of relationships and expectations within which the funding of theological education can adapt and adjust to serve the Church in the longer term." Now, this has not always been easy, but it is fundamental. As Synod knows, we undertook the review of the current funding model, the resourcing ministerial education model, and the details of that were reported to Synod in November in GS MISC 1303 and are summarised in this current paper. And before the pandemic, we recognised that we needed to engage in a wider-ranging exercise to build greater sustainability, collaboration and innovation into theological education, and to respond to the need to increase participation. Then the pandemic hit. That presented and continues to present a number of challenges to the provision of theological education, and we need to learn from the experience of those challenges, for instance, in terms of the possibilities and the limitations of online learning for ministerial formation and broader theological education. Through all of this, we have sought to strengthen relationships between the TEIs and the dioceses and the National Ministry Team and the House of Bishops and the Archbishops' Council and Synod. And we're seeking in this to build on the work of TEIs where adaptation and innovation which we have seen during the pandemic has characterised a number of those institutions. As I said before, this working in partnership has not been an easy path, and we've made mistakes. I have made mistakes. But it is an important path to follow because we need all these partners involved if we are to have as our aim the learning and growth of the whole people of God for today's and tomorrow's Church. So as an example, therefore, the National Vision and Strategy process has been shaping our work and underlining the necessity of continuing to sustain and indeed increase ordinand numbers, stipendiary and self-supporting, and in enriching and extending the provision for the formation of lay ministers. This is being taken on board and as has work towards implementing the recommendations of From Lament to Action. While there's a great deal of work to do, monitoring progress has begun, and in last year's and this year's annual self-evaluation, where TEIs have to report on progress, they have been asked questions about From Lament to Action, and this year also being asked about engagement with the vision and strategy. So this is about collaboration, it's about sustainability, it's about innovation, it's about widening access, and it's about building partnerships across the Church. We've got 4 active, very active working groups developing aspects of this work to try to enable this to happen. Out of that, we are therefore proposing a model of funding that has a block grant element for each institution with a smaller per capita element per student to enable better financial planning for those institutions. We hope within this to at least reduce the age banding element so there is greater ability to secure the best pathway for each candidate with less restrictions of options due to age. In the maintenance area, which is about food, the board and lodging for residential and for non-residential candidates who have weekends and summer schools, includes travel and books. This whole area has been an immensely thorny issue for some time, not least because the existing model, or should I say models, is very complex and for many candidates, the true costs are actually hidden. Our aim is somehow to work towards a simpler and more transparent model that will present a more realistic picture for candidates and dioceses and enable greater access for an increasing diversity of candidates. The second group is looking at service level agreements with institutions. I should say that this has been welcomed by the TEIs as a way of clarifying expectations and also providing a mechanism to set and provide additional support for new expectations. These service level agreements will be largely generic, expressing the Church's national and diocesan expectations for initial theological education. But there will be specific elements for individual institutions, such as around the provision of continuing ministerial education or lay ministry formation. I want to draw one particular point out of this area. You'll see in paragraph 20C that we want to clarify what is expected in initial ministerial education, IME1, and what is expected in curacy or equivalent first post, IME2. Again, this is a thorny issue, but we need to clarify this because otherwise we will keep pouring in more and more into the limited time of initial formation rather than taking a more complete view that incorporates IME1 and IME2. And this will also help us focus further on the content of IME1 and so maintain and deepen the quality of what is provided in both stages of formation. Finally, we are clear how important it is to increase access to lay ministry formation. This is an issue that's come up already today. This means enabling more licensed lay ministry candidates to access courses provided by TEIs and building partnerships, such as between dioceses and TEIs, to enhance and enrich diocesan provision. The Lay Ministry Working Group is producing detailed proposals that will potentially expand access to Vote 1 and resource partnerships with dioceses and others as a first step. Mark and I are immensely grateful for the great number of people serving on the working groups, and I now want to hear your ideas. Thank you very much. I move this motion in my name.
Thank you very much. The matter is now open for debate. Because there are a large number of people who want to speak, there is going to be a speech limit of 3 minutes from the outset. I'm going to hear a few speeches first, and then we'll move very quickly to the amendments. Then we will decide what happens to the amendments, and then we'll come back to the main motion, either unamended or amended. So, first of all, can I call Ros Clark, followed by Joyce Hill.
Thank you, Ros Clark, 336, and this is my maiden speech, Synod. 20 years ago, when I was considering my own calling to ministry, it was clear that I had no call to any form of ordained ministry, and the path which was suggested to me was that of the accredited lay worker. For various reasons at the time, I did not pursue this particular path, but I was glad to know it existed. Since then, as far as I can tell, funding for training lay people for ministry has been limited to diocesan provisions for reader or licensed lay minister training. While these forms of lay ministry are of course important, they do not represent the full scope of lay ministry within our church, and certainly not the full scope of lay ministry as envisaged by the vision and strategy. We need trained lay people able to work in our churches who have expertise in youth and children's work, evangelism, counselling and pastoral care, and the theological and biblical foundations for those ministries. At the moment, lay people employed in these kinds of roles in our parishes and dioceses have often had to find their own funding for whatever training they have received. And all too often, that is no training. Self-funding inevitably restricts the number and kind of people who are able to access training, and in turn this restricts the number and kind of people available to do the work in our churches. Therefore, I welcome this review, which makes repeated, strong calls to extend the training of lay people beyond existing diocesan provisions. Many of our TEIs already offer excellent training to some lay people who are able to go and would love to be able to expand their offering in that way. But this will only be possible if funding is made available for suitably selected lay people in the same way that it is for ordinands. Please could we consider once again making a formally recognised pathway through training towards lay ministry? Thank you.
Joyce Hill, followed by Sarah Betts-Neal.
Joyce Hill, Leeds 327. Thank you for calling me. I have to declare an interest at the outset, since I speak as a General Synod representative on the Governing Council of one of our TEIs. I very much support the idea of core funding, or a degree of core funding through a block grant, because I believe it's better for forward planning, and it also provides a context which better allows for cooperation between TEIs, because the element of competition is reduced. And this is advantageous and enriching both for the institutions and the students. But I do have a question about the practicality of the timetable. It's suggested in the paper that implementation is to be by autumn 2023. It would be splendid if that were so, but is it realistically achievable, bearing in mind the amount of work still to be done? I ask this question because the TEIs will begin their budgeting process well before autumn 2023, and this may involve decisions about hiring and firing staff, with implications for course delivery and curriculum development. And all of that begins relatively early in 2023, which I submit is where the planning deadline really lies, not autumn 2023. And so I would like to hear some clarification about the realism of the proposals. I do welcome them very much indeed. My question is simply about, are they sufficiently moving forward at a sufficient pace to be a realistic possibility for autumn 2023? Thank you.
Sarah Betts-Neal, I think, for a maiden speech, followed by the Bishop of London, and then I'm going to look at the amendments.
Sarah Betts-Neal, Chelmsford 80. This may be my maiden speech, but my first experience of live synod was way back in the last decade. In February 2015, there was a bit of a college trip to witness the debate on GS 1979. A sobering moment for me, listening to discussion on the funding changes that, had I not already been a year post-BAP, would have effectively removed the choice for me of residential training and probably led to me withdrawing from the process altogether. So here I am again, but this time speaking on the topic. As this work is taken forward, I would urge that as proposals are developed, maintenance funding for training is not based on the mythical ordinand who is average, but that there is capacity for equitable treatment for those offering themselves for ministry. We say we want a more diverse church. How do the models of funding really encourage this? Do we understand the invisible financial barriers to people taking part? I've often wondered how one works a 0 hours contract or shift work or any unpredictable part-time job and trains part-time. How do you cope when your TEI forgets to put a week-long residential in your calendar and you find out about it with a few weeks' notice? At the turn of the century, I was working in widening participation at the University of Nottingham, and although I've been through several changes of employment since then, a desire to see access to education and training for everybody is something I've carried forward. It's maybe no surprise I'm now back working in higher education as a university chaplain. That work has also shown me very clearly how staff teaching conditions are student learning conditions. So we must make sure that staff tasked with forming those in training, whether for lay or ordained ministry, are resourced properly and not left exhausted. After all, the work is worth their wages. Ministry life is a challenge and involves sacrifice at many stages, but let's not make sacrificial equal to impossible. 400-odd different pathways for finance are impossible. That would not be simpler. But please, I would urge that we have proposals that allow for flexibility and the ability to truly take an individual's background into account.
The Bishop of London.
Thank you, Chair, for calling me, and I declare that I'm a trustee of St Mellitus College. I have had the privilege over the last 4 years to get to know those who are undertaking the Peter Stream at St Mellitus College. The Peter Stream is a stream towards ordination for those who have not had a typical educational pathway. Listening to them recently, they spoke about how, although at the very beginning they discerned a sense of God calling them to ordained people, ordained ministry, but because they didn't see anyone like them in the leadership of the church, they were unsure. If our vision is of a church that reflects the body of Christ, the image in Revelation 7:9, in which every nation, every tribe and people and language worship, our leadership, both lay and ordained, needs to change. That is not to say that we do not value those that are already here, but we do not reflect our communities or the diversity of the kingdom of God. If we continue to do what we have been doing, we will get the same. I have some real concerns that what is proposed here is not ambitious enough. We say that we want to increase accessibility to learning and increase diversity of learners through innovative approaches to learning and formation, enabling people to be ordained. What the Peter Stream has taught us is that we also need a process in which they are loved and nurtured, where those that are present on this begin to see themselves as part of the priesthood. That means we need to simplify our processes for discernment, and properly fund flexible ordination training programs which are nurturing. I am unsure that I see this adequately reflected in these proposals. Alongside the Peter Stream, St Mellitus has also established the Caleb Stream for those who have been shaped and formed by their vocation to follow Jesus Christ in all different walks of life and within their church. Now more mature in years, they want to give their life to full-time ministry. They again are on a flexible discernment process and training. When ordained, they will be self-supporting ministers in a range of settings, and they hold the potential to support our parishes across a range of dioceses and a range of church traditions where they are so needed. However, currently, candidates are funded through a partnership between the Church Revitalisation Trust and St Mellitus College, who have pioneered the Caleb Stream in partnership. There are no maintenance costs for the Caleb Stream candidates, and the cost of training falls outside the national funding system. The Caleb Stream is currently being piloted with the knowledge of the national team, but with no formal approval yet. If the Caleb Stream were to gain national approval, they could become eligible for the national funding system, the block grant, and dioceses would be permitted to send candidates to TEIs for discernment and training. I would encourage us to look at ways in which we can speed up this process to enable this to happen. Thank you.
Now I'm going to call the mover, Sean Doherty, to move item 76. So you can speak to and move item 76. You have up to 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. Sean Doherty, University and TEIs 450. I'm the principal of a TEI and a member of the TEI Principals Steering Group, who are united in seeking this amendment, namely that we leave out updated with and insert invited to consider and endorse more developed proposals prior to their implementation. I say this, that it's from the steering group, to emphasise this amendment is not about one type of TEI protecting its vested interest, but from right across the spectrum of TEIs in our varied traditions and different modes of training we offer. Indeed, my own TEI offers full-time residential training, mixed mode and part-time training. I've already done one advert today, so I won't proceed any further with that. Everyone has a theology. You can't avoid being theological. The question is whether the theology will be healthy and life-giving, more or less, or whether it will be damaging and harmful, more or less. Bad theology harms people and it harms churches. Good theology helps people and churches flourish. We need our leaders, lay and ordained, to know God and to be able to talk about God well to Christians and non-Christians alike. That's why the Church of England invests money in theological education, particularly for its ordained ministers. So thank you, Synod, for all those times you vote for vote one, like we did this morning. In TEIs, we don't take for granted that national commitment to good theological study, and this is an important opportunity to look at how that money actually gets used. Likewise, TEIs are very grateful for the extensive collaboration and consultation there has been between Ministry Council, the RMF Working Group, dioceses and TEIs to get us to this point. Because of that collaboration, we believe that RMF has the potential to deliver some really good strategic outcomes in terms of better access for training and therefore greater diversity of those training, as others have mentioned, in terms of ensuring the different training needs of students are fully met, and in terms of ensuring that TEIs have the capacity and can deliver training of the quality that we need. So I'll be supporting this enthusiastically. Then why my amendment? Well, whilst the direction of travel is very positive, the working groups on fees and funding, maintenance, service level agreements and lay ministry haven't actually had the chance to report back yet. We think it's a bit premature to sign off these proposals whilst the working groups are still doing their work. There are a couple of problems, as Bishop Martin's alluded to, under the current RME system. Let's make sure the proposals resolve them. For example, GS 2271 states, under RME, the necessary funding has been provided for the training of ordinands over the last 5 years. Well, the necessary funding has been provided to dioceses, but as Bishop Martin mentioned, it hasn't always reached us in the TEIs. Some dioceses have built up surpluses of block grant, which is ring-fenced, they can't spend it on anything else, whilst other dioceses have spent more than the money they've received. Likewise, RME has exacerbated the trend towards shorter pathways for ordinand training, while the Church quite rightly still expects the same quality of deacon and priest at the end. So the new proposals need to ensure that people get the training they need. Second, the document refers to a standard maintenance grant. Dr. Batts-Neal has already alluded to this. The current system involves means testing and differentiated levels of payment according to the needs and circumstances of ordinands and their families. We're concerned that a standard grant could lead to a system which disadvantages ordinands with greater financial needs, which would then decrease access and reduce diversity. Now, hopefully it won't have that outcome, but until the working groups report, we don't know what they're going to propose. So I don't think it would be responsible to sign off these proposals until we know what they're going to be. Hence, I'm suggesting that instead of Synod being updated with proposals, that we, as I've said, are invited to consider and endorse more developed proposals. Not to micromanage every precise detail about those proposals, but at least to know more clearly the direction that they're travelling in. So I ask to move this amendment. Thank you.
I call on the Bishop to respond to say whether he accepts or does not accept the amendment. You have up to 5 minutes, but I'm sure you won't take that long.
We warmly accept this. It makes explicit what was implicit. We should have got this right in the first place. And what it does do is underline the fact that I'm not expecting, you've recognised the complexity of what we're trying to tackle. I'm not expecting us to produce a whole bunch of proposals at once. So I hope we will bring to February's synod a set of proposals around one particular area and then to a later synod around another area. We need to pace ourselves and do this right. And this underlines the fact that that would be our intention.
So we're debating item 76. You, sir, followed by... Pardon? Yes, I'm dealing, yes.
Thank you, Chair. Mark Miller, Durham 107. Thank you for calling me for another maiden speech. I don't mean, it's my, you know what I mean. I must declare an interest. I sit on Cranmer Committee. I don't act as a trustee, but I act in an advisory capacity. And I welcome the collaborative approach to the production of this report and very much the direction of travel it contains. But I want to speak in favour of this amendment. I am concerned about maintenance grants and how ordinands are supported. I submitted questions about maintenance payments to ordinands in light of the huge rise in costs of energy and the high rate of inflation we're experiencing. And I'm grateful to the Bishop of Chester for his answers, although I have not been invited for a pint. I asked these questions after hearing of a current ordinand at Cranmer Hall who is getting into debt by simply heating their home. When they asked their diocese if an additional payment could be made to cover the increased energy costs, they were told that they, and therefore presumably their family, should expect to suffer hardship because that's the cost of following Jesus. Friends, ordinands give up a career, a home, a former life to relocate to train at college, then relocate to serve their title post, then relocate to serve their following curacy. Ours is a way of life that is a joyful sacrifice to make. It is a joy to follow Jesus and to serve him in his church as an ordained minister. But I think we can make sure our ordinands can heat their homes without getting into debt. The paper refers to standard grants, but does not suggest an increase in the overall funding for grants, which the proposer of the amendment mentioned. What is a standard grant? How will it be determined? How will it be applied when, for example, there is a spouse with a significant second income? There are many charitable trusts which offer support to ordinands, and these are so very welcome. However, I note that the Trussell Trust says no one should need to turn to charity to meet basic needs. How will we ensure that basic needs of ordinands are met without recourse to charitable funding, which enables our ordinands, friends, I hope you consider them our ordinands, to focus on formation, training and preparation for the vibrant ministry to which God is calling them? Let me end by repeating my thanks for what has so far been produced and my encouragement with the direction of travel. But I'm asking that we have a more developed plan for Synod to consider, and I urge you to support the amendment. Thank you.
Ian Paul, and then I'm going to test the mind of Synod on this item.
Thank you, Chair. Ian Paul, 229, Salisbury and Nottingham. I too am supporting this amendment. I'm very encouraged indeed by the new and refreshing tenor of these discussions about ministry training. For many years, decades even, these discussions have been beset by playing off vested interests with a lack of transparency and accountability, and I welcome the change of tone. In this spirit, and within the recommendations of the amendment, could I make a plea for 4 issues to be considered? First, we desperately need to rediscover a depth of biblical and theological engagement in our pre-ordination training. Everyone I speak to, training incumbents, bishops, even ordinands themselves, recognise the continuing decline in biblical and theological literacy in the newly ordained. This is not the fault of the candidates, it is a failure of our current system, and we need to address it. Secondly, please, can we find a common core for pre-ordination training? Deacons, priests and bishops are ordained using the same vows as each other to a shared ministry. It makes no sense that they do not cover much of the same issues in their training, and without this, we are continuing to sow division into the future of the Church. Thirdly, we must find a way of equalising hours of study across different pathways. I fear that, despite the benefits of different approaches to training, we are in danger of succumbing to a missional pragmatism in some of our pathways, which undermines depth engagement with the key issues. Fourthly and finally, please can we abandon the idea that formation is something separate from the study of Scripture and theology. Reading Scripture is deeply personally formational, and learning how to read and study Scripture right is a preparation for a lifetime of continued formation. If we accept this amendment, and if we address these things, I really hope that after RMF, we can avoid RMG, RMH, RMI, and RMJ in the years to come. Thank you, Chair.
Now, I wish to test the mind of Synod as to whether we've sufficiently debated item 76. Therefore, I put the motion for closure on item 76. Those in favour, please show. Those against, please show. So it's clearly carried. So we move to vote on item 76. Those in favour? Those against? 76 is clearly carried, and therefore amends 30. So we move to the second of the two amendments. So Sean Doherty to speak to and propose item 77. You have up to 5 minutes.
Sean Doherty, Universities and TEIs 450. Thank you, Chair. For those playing Synod Bingo, I'll be much briefer on this amendment, which also helps address Professor Hill's concern about the perhaps rather ambitious timetable in relation to autumn 2023. We've just agreed an amendment which, if the motion goes on to be carried, asks for this to come back to Synod when some more work has been done. That might mean some parts of this take a bit longer, but we think it's well worth the time to get this right. In the meantime, though, there is a minor danger of damage to capacity and quality in TEIs because of the reduction in funding caused by the lower number of ordinands entering training in a few months' time, which Canon John Spence discussed this morning. The Archbishop's Council has kindly allowed for some funding to mitigate this coming year, but of course that lower number of first-year ordinands entering training this year will become a lower number of second-year ordinands next year, and so on. So we're not sort of putting any figures on this, but we're asking Ministry Council to monitor this so we don't have TEIs reducing capacity in a way that will be hard to replace in a long-term way and damage the sector strategically. We're confident, based on this very collaborative kind of work we're doing, this is something Ministry Council would want to do anyway, but it seems only transparent to kind of bring it to Synod and ask for Synod's support. So I ask to move the amendment standing in my name. Thank you.
I call on the Bishop to reply.
I'm happy to accept this without further comment.
Item 77 is open for debate. You, sir, and then you, madam.
Mark Bennett, Oxford 184. Chair Synod, this is a maiden speech, and I speak as Honorary Treasurer of Westcott House and incumbent of a parish where we have 2 ordinands at present. It was 3 until recently, all on different tracks and courses. 2 years ago, I knew little of the finances of TEIs. Now I have been thoroughly inducted. My first conversation with my bursar was about the budget for the 2021-22 academic year starting on the 1st of September. I was told we won't be able to sign that off until September, when we know the number of ordinands and their courses. There are always changes over the summer. Except, of course, that we have to employ good staff to teach them, and staff take time to find, and we have to treat them well if we want any staff at all. I observe, therefore, that Under the current arrangement, the Central Church is passing on substantial risk to smaller organisations on which it relies, and this RMF review, although it addresses the risk, doesn't properly document it. And I also look in vain for information which enables me and my bursar to look ahead to 2023-24 and plan for that. The fact that we're considering a position paper rather than concrete proposals mean we have no model even to make any plans at all, let alone medium-term plans or three-year financial forecasts, which would be normal, for example, in a school. On a strategic scale, what is not fully addressed is whether the current level of funding overall is sufficient to maintain or deliver the quality of formation to which we aspire, the pipeline of teaching staff, which needs to be a strategic resource priority, or the capacity and stability of the system as a whole to cater for our ambitions for the number of ordinands we as Synod have in view. What is urgently required is a good plan for the transition period, rather than a last-minute ad hoc arrangement, as we have for the current year, welcome though that arrangement has been. In making this critique, I want to acknowledge the hard work of the Ministry Division team in challenging times, and also to commend the way in which our TEI principals across traditions and modes are working with Ministry, Council and staff to meet the scale of the collective challenge we face. I urge you to vote for this amendment and also for the main motion.
You, Madam. Three minutes.
Yep. Helen King, Oxford 378. Declaration of interest. I'm a recently elected member of Ministry Council. I support this amendment as I did the last one, because I think the capacity of TREIs is going to be further challenged potentially by their increasing involvement in lay training to meet the stated aim of a younger and more diverse body of lay ministers. If this funding goes ahead for lay ministry training, remember that LLM and Reader are national ministries. Lay people move diocese, especially those younger ones. So I suggest it's also the time to consider what we mean by lay ministry and to face the elephant in this particular room, the relationship between diocese and the national patterns of ministry when people don't live their lives in just one diocese. How are TEIs to prepare people for lay ministry when this is the case? When I've been involved in periodic external reviews for the Church of England, I introduce myself as what I am, an authorised lay preacher in Oxford Diocese. I'm not a licensed lay minister. The lay people whose courses I'm reviewing sometimes say they would love to have had the opportunity to explore their calling to that role, but it doesn't exist in their diocese. Now, I appreciate that different bishops identify different needs in their dioceses and that a fixed national pattern of lay ministries is probably impractical. But I would just ask one question here. Does anyone currently have an idea which lay roles exist in which diocese, let alone what training those called to the roles are currently receiving? I shall vote in favour of the amendment and of the motion as amended. Thank you.
The Deputy Chair of the House of Laity, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Alison Coulter, Winchester 428. Synod, I want to speak in favour of the main motion as amended by number 77. But Synod, I'm conflicted. As Vice Chair of the House of Laity, you've elected me to be part of the Archbishop's Council, and so I'm therefore a trustee. And I'm also on the Council of Wycliffe Hall, a theological college. These should be very compatible, but it doesn't feel like it. And here is my dilemma. I'm not sure the system works as well as it could at the moment. It's not that great for TEIs. Many of them need significant investment. We have a building at Wycliffe Hall which needs major overhaul, and we don't have funding for that. We spend much of our time as trustees worrying about having enough money. I don't think it's that great for TEI staff. They work incredibly hard. Our theologians are the core of our church, and we need to bless them and honour them and not overwork them. I'm not sure it's that great for us, the church. As a trustee, I have to ask myself, are we getting value for money? We have about 600 ordinands a year, and we have 21 TEIs. I'll leave you to do the maths. Is this as effective and as efficient as it could be, or is there a better way of doing this for everyone? Now, I don't want to blame anyone for the way things are. It's where we are because of history. And I want to thank Bishop Martin for his really committed work to this, and thank Bishop Mark for being prepared to take this on, and thank Sean and all of you here who work for TEIs. But I want to encourage us all to be more ambitious than just to monitor and support. I want us to work to see how we can ensure that TEIs are really at the cutting edge of higher education and thriving, rather than worrying about how to pay their bills. Please, can we be more ambitious? Please, can we look to develop a world-class vision for equipping the whole people of God through outstanding theological education? Thank you.
Now, I'm going to test the mind of Synod on whether item 77 has been sufficiently debated, and therefore I put a motion for closure on item 77. Those in favour, please show. Those against, please show. Motion for closure is clearly carried. So we vote on item 77. Those in favour? Those against? So item 77 is clearly carried. So we return to the main motion 30, which has been amended, of course, by 76 and 77. So we're back to the main motion. You, sir, and you, please. 3 minutes.
Martin Snow, Leicester 23. I'm very grateful for those who have spoken already in favour of work around lay ministry, which lies within this framework. As Bishop charged with encouraging lay ministry, we've been doing quite a bit of work recently. I want to reassure a previous speaker that there is work ongoing about simplifying canons and getting clarity about national framework. But I also want Synod to notice that this is a hugely significant moment, because combined with the proposals this morning, this is probably the first time that the national church has looked to put significant funding into lay ministry training and formation. For a very long time, the church has operated with a trickle-down principle. We put all our resources into funding the 2% of the church which is ordained, and trust that they will equip the other 98% who are not ordained. Without wanting to get too much into the debate of the Conservative Party at the moment, trickle-down is a very particular approach to sharing wealth. In a church which believes in everyday faith and the need for all the baptized to be equipped for living out their everyday faith in all the varied contexts of life, I dare to suggest that lay ministers who are involved in the workplaces and social contexts where clergy rarely go are well placed to enable the whole people of God for this work of living out our faith in the everyday. But they need to be equipped and resourced for this just as clergy do, and it can be done without detracting from the training and formation of clergy. We can do both, we can do both well, and we can do it in a way which helps all ministers to work well together and enables our TEIs and dioceses to flourish. Thank you.
Also followed by Claire Williams, is it?
Martin Gorrick, Suffragan Bishop, 046. Thank you for calling me Chair. Last week I licensed Claire Billington as curate in charge of 4 village churches. I arrived 3/4 of an hour early to find the church already packed with local people. How could we not be here to support our Claire? They said. She'd grown up in that village. She was married there 30 years before in that same church. Never imagined in a million years she would become their parish priest. But that's what they wanted her to be, and she is a self-supporting minister. We need more Claire Billingtons in our churches. And this year we're beginning an auxiliary pathway in our diocese, based to some extent on that innovative scheme in Eds and Ips diocese itself. They will be using the national selection programme, but much of the teaching will be locally based and sourced. To my surprise, we had 20 people coming forward, good candidates, going through their initial selection at the moment. This will almost treble our number of SSMs if all go forward, our usual number ordained each year. So all I would say to Bishop Martin, really encouraging this motion, really want to support it wholeheartedly, but just a question, how do we support these kind of innovative, if you like, local schemes, which I think are very much needed in the present day. Thank you.
Claire Williams, followed by Councillor Lee for a maiden speech.
Thank you, Chair. Claire Williams, 372, Norwich. I too am grateful to Bishop Martin, whose report on lay ministry I will quote from later, and to my previous speaker. However, I want to go further, as I believe there is significant work to be done to develop vocational pathways and paid posts for lay ministry. Training alone is not enough. I speak as a layperson, not called to be ordained, but seeking to live out a clear vocation within the Church of England, having fully funded my own theological training at undergraduate and postgraduate stage in order to minister within the Church and follow my calling. However, if the aim is to have, and I quote, a younger and more diverse body of lay ministers across the Church, training is not the only answer. I wonder if these people are actually out there exploring their call, but also unable to afford to follow a calling due to a lack of paid roles for lay people in the Church. Voluntary lay ministry is unsustainable for many, myself included. There are many ways in which I may seek to fulfil my vocation. There are, however, far fewer ways in which I may be able to do so in a paid position. A quote from that report by Bishop Martin published today, talking of valuing lay ministry, based on research conducted by Ali Campbell, which found of lay ministers that very few of those employed received anything like a basic clergy package. Most are expected to live on far less, and funding is nearly always short-term. Little surprise, then, that many specialist workers consider ordination as a route to sustain ministry over the longer term. More funding for lay ministry training is important and welcomed. However, this is not enough. I support the aim in the conclusion of GS 2271 of enhancing the theological education of the whole people of God, but I urge those responsible to provide ways for called, theologically educated laity to serve the Church they love in sustainable, paid, and therefore validated positions. I focus on payment of this, as this is one of the ways we indicate value, but I concede it's not the only means. And my second point is that we need to value the diversity of ministry and expertise through opportunity. And I believe this will significantly advance the bold outcomes of the vision and strategy. We need to value laity with expertise in areas of practice such as working with those on the margins and making the Church of England more ethnically diverse, and resource them to get on with these matters, leaving clergy more able to get on and work on the tasks they are called to do. Training is important, but I call upon the Ministry Council to prayerfully consider how this training can be structured towards vocational pathways and paid opportunities for a lay ministry which is truly valued and sustainable. Thank you.
Kenson Lai, and is Steve Benoit standing? Yes, you are. Okay. You don't want to speak? Fine. Well, Kenson Lai, please.
Kenson Lee, 493 Co-opted. Thank you, Chair. Friends, I must first declare my interest. I'm an ordinand at Westcott House, Cambridge, and I'm aware that my principal is here, present in this room. I can assure you she did not write the following speech. I speak in support of RMF. As someone originally from Hong Kong, the fact that I'm here standing as a member of General Synod and a Church of England ordinand from the Diocese of Manchester is a testament to both the inspirational ministry of my parish priest in the sending parish and the loving and gentle companionship of Alan, the church warden who died last year. Without their encouragement and their ministries, both ordained and lay, I would not be here today. We need inspirational priests and lay people in the church to ensure more people like me come forward for theological training, to be missional disciples and empowered to spread the gospel with confidence and authority, with love and generosity. But to have inspirational priests and lay people, we need ways of funding training that is flexible enough to accommodate the contexts of potential ordinance, which includes considerations for disabled candidates and candidates like me who are not UK nationals, whose training may incur more cost. We need to fund TEIs in ways that give resources to equip people with different distinctive vocations to make God's love visible everywhere and to enable everyone to enter into deeper relation with Jesus Christ. T.S. Eliot wrote, "Take no thought of the harvest, but only of proper sowing." In a church that is ambitious, a church that is striving to be simpler, bolder and humbler, a church that is striving to be younger and more diverse, Eliot's words may not sound entrepreneurial enough, but it is equally true that if there will be no harvest if we do not sow properly, and if we do not train people fit to sow and reap the harvest. Better ways of resourcing ministerial training with greater agency given to TEIs, and particularly money allocated to encourage potential ordinance from ethnic minority backgrounds, will ensure that people like me feel encouraged and supported to come forward and test their vocation to lay and ordained ministry in the Church of England, to be formed in places and courses appropriate to them, and to know that the one who calls is faithful in every way. I urge the Synod to support the motion. Thank you.
Miranda Throatful Holmes, followed by the lady over there.
Miranda Threlfall Holmes, 156, Liverpool. In about 3 weeks' time, my eldest son turns 21, and anyone who was at Cranmer Hall 21 years ago might remember me doing my end of first-year exams, absolutely enormously pregnant and hoping I was going to get through to the end of Bible 101. And I'd like to ask that we are considerably more generous to our ordinands in their maintenance, particularly in the area of childcare. And we all gasped in horror at Mark Miller's story. When I got pregnant a few weeks into my first year of training, I wrote to my diocese to explain that I'd got pregnant and to ask about childcare payments, and the answer came back from my then bishop: "You should have thought about that before you got pregnant." Due to the power imbalances in the bishop-ordinand relationship, I did not feel able to send the letter I wrote saying, "Is it then diocesan policy that I should have had an abortion?" Childcare is expensive. And paragraph 15 of the report, which says that some contribution to the additional costs of children might be made, I don't feel is good enough, and so I particularly welcome that we're going to have the chance to endorse more developed proposals, and I would hope that the full cost of childcare might be included. Had I been still on my extremely small PhD stipend that I'd just come off before going into training, the Research Council would have paid the roughly £8,000 cost of a full-time place in the university nursery. Had I been doing my first degree, the government would have paid it. But because I wasn't in either of those positions and the church was paying for my training, absolutely no help was forthcoming. There was a creche. It operated for about 2 hours a day and was clearly designed for the children of wives of ordinands. And we've heard about the number of women training. We've heard about the number of those under 30 training. What we didn't hear in the report from the Archbishop's Council was the intersection of those two figures. And we know that we have a real issue with the number of women under 30 entering training. And I fear that until we get generous, realistic costs of childcare included in maintenance allowance, that issue is not going to be solved. Thank you.
You, Madam. No, I don't see anybody else standing. Oh, sorry, I do. Yes, you please.
Chantal Noppen, 108, Durham, tag teaming with Miranda, it seems. I left home at 18 and I went to Newcastle to do my undergrad. My parents were not able to financially support me, despite me being an only child, don't believe the rumours, and I worked 3 jobs alongside my degree. In my 3rd year, I bought a flat. I had lodgers. I'm financially savvy. Before I went to theological college, I was told that my diocese would try to support me if I was to lose my tenants. So I was discouraged from delaying training by a year, as I suggested, so I could save money up, and off I went. However, a few months in, I did indeed lose my tenants, and my diocese was not able to offer support. The assurance had, of course, only been verbal. My flat was unrented for at least 9 months. I applied for grants, many grants. I was mostly unsuccessful, 2 Catholic for the evangelical ones, 2 female for the Catholic ones. In the holidays, I assumed I'd be able to temp, but no, I had to do placements. And at Cambridge, you're not meant to work during term time. I actually did pick up a few shifts at the local pub in plain sight, but let's not tell my principal who's up there. The strain and the financial burden on me was immense and affected my health and well-being. It was through the grace of God, sheer stubbornness, and a very generous friend that I managed. Not all ordinands are the same, and if we want to become more diverse and genuinely open to those from more working class backgrounds and self-sufficient backgrounds, this needs addressing. And I hope this is going to be heard and acted on. And it's time to name the elephant in the room, and that is the prevalence of pressure on women to be self-supporting. We need to be bolder and think bigger and stop just scratching the surface on how we assess the training, formation and growth that we support and offer. Monitor and support, absolutely, but also listen to the statistics and questions that are raised by groups such as Watch around why aren't younger women coming forward? Why aren't more younger women coming forward? What maternity support is actually in place and childcare, in reality, not just aspirationally. For young women ordinands will become young curates, and biological clocks do tick down. Women need to know where they stand. So let's be bold, invest and be transparent, because women, both lay and ordained, are worth investing in, and sometimes we are the breadwinner for our family.
This lady, followed by the gentleman who's been sitting down.
Thank you, Chair. Liz Hassel, York 241. This is my maiden speech. I declare an interest as an occasional lecturer on the York School of Ministry, which is part of the Yorkshire Theological Education Partnership. I predominantly teach lay people who are training for reader ministry. And I particularly commend in this motion the commitment to greater investment in lay ministry training. At this point, I check my privilege. As an ordinand, I had the privilege of 3 years full-time residential training, which enabled me to focus wholly on studies and formation. The students I now work with do not share that privilege. They make enormous sacrifices of their personal lives, their time with family, their professional commitments and their finances to be able to carve out enough time to engage with their weekly lectures and coursework. I am in awe of all that my students achieve. They do all this often without easy access to books and other learning materials, frequently travelling long distances, even missing meals in order to come to lectures. In the last 2 years, the move to online and hybrid teaching and learning has helped with some of these issues, but is dependent on students being able to afford and access reliable technology. When I look at a room or a screen of students who are following the call of God and the Church and offering themselves for lay ministry, I would like to be able to tell them that the Church values the sacrifices they make and is investing confidently and generously in their vocational journey, just as it has in mine. I support this motion, and I look forward to hearing those more detailed proposals of how lay ministry of all kinds can be valued and supported financially.
Please, sir.
Jack Shepherd, Liverpool Diocese 153. When I went for my bishop's advisory panel in Ely, I had to ask for directions back to the retreat centre as I got lost. And the person who I asked for directions was astonished that I was there for 2 nights for a job interview. The thing is, we invest a lot of time in helping with the discernment process. And then, I would say, very little time in helping people work out where to go for their theological training. This, for me, triggered a serious mental health experience. Subsequently, I greatly enjoyed my time at Cranmer Hall under Mark's leadership as the warden there, and I'm excited and thrilled that steps seem to be being taken for the ministry division to become more transparent and open. Now, I would want to ask how we are considering the mental well-being, not only of those who are not selected at Bishop's Advisory Panel to train for ordained ministry, but how we are considering the mental well-being of those who are selected to train for ordination as part of a BAP. Particularly as we consider these wonderful schemes around encouraging the diversity of those who are being trained for different forms of ministry. I just think this is vital, that we are considering people's mental well-being and forming channels that involve honest and transparent communication that help people choose modes of training that will allow them to flourish. Thank you.
I can see no one standing, so I will... No one standing and no one on Zoom wants to speak, so there we are, we're ready. So the debate comes to an end. I call the Bishop to reply to the debate. You have up to 5 minutes.
Thank you. And we've been taking notes, and of course there's a recording of this. There's a huge amount of points that have been made through these, this great range of speeches, both in terms of the amendment speeches, but also in terms of the speeches to the actual motion. And I am incredibly grateful for the spirit in which this has taken place. I'm not going to go through all the names, but all the speakers, but I will just draw out some themes. There's clearly an issue about timing, which has come up, raised by a few speakers. And it remains my hope that we will get the basic model, which can be implemented in autumn of 23, to this synod in February. And if we are not able to do that, we will let everybody who's affected know in good time. But in terms of taking this stage by stage, that's the core piece that we need to have in place. The number of issues around lay ministry that we've heard, including how do we define what we're actually talking about here. And I know Martin and his group have done a huge amount of work on this. And there is, just to underline what Bishop Martin said, there are 3 Bishop Martins in the room, so the one who spells himself with a Y. To underline that, there is money through the Church Commissioner's allocations for the next triennia. There is money that's specifically allocated to the development of training for those in various lay ministries, including the various lay ministries that were named, such as youth and children's ministries. So that's because ministry in the form of Chris Goldsmith have worked closely with Vision and Strategy in the form of Debbie Clinton and Dave Mayle in drawing up those proposals. I take very seriously, and I think we all take seriously, it's not a ministry council solely issue, but it needs to be an issue we get onto the agenda about payment for decent payment for lay ministry roles for those who have completed that training. The whole issue of maintenance, the chair of the maintenance working group is actually sitting in the chamber. She's a member of Synod, there she is, the Dean of Bristol. So do contact her if you've got further thoughts and questions. We really want to make sure we're getting this right, and the stories that we've just heard, particularly around the support for women and for young women, are crucial in order to try and address the challenges here. We've got to get this right. We know the model is based on a particular demographic and maybe even a particular gender from some time ago, and we've got to work on making this as contemporary as possible. In relation to the points about that came up in that Bishop Sarah raised about the Peter stream and the Caleb stream, I think what I hope we'll see is that we will work, Ministry Council will be working closely with those streams in looking at how they become, as it were, mainstreamed in one way or another. And it's interesting to hear the Bishop of Dudley's account of what happened picking up the scheme that we have in EDS and IPS, which we did without telling the Chair of Ministry Council. It's worked rather well. And we've got about 50 people ordained through that scheme as self-supporting ministers. So we are now going to follow the advice of that we see from Worcester and start to integrate with the national processes. I'm struck Jack Shepherd's comments about the care for those who are recommended for training as well as those who aren't recommended for training, and our engagement with the care of all candidates. And let me just finally touch on Ian Paul's comments. Ian knows that I agree with a number of the points that he makes. What in the delineation of what we do in IME1, that's the first step to looking closely at what we do in terms of theological formation, which is rooted in prayer and worship and the study of Scripture and the learning of theology, what we do in that period. I beg to move this motion standing in my name.
So before the Synod is item 30, which of course has been amended by items 76 and 77. We proceed to the vote. Those in favour, please show. Those against? That is clearly carried, and that concludes this item of business.
We now come to item 503. It's the draft Church of England Miscellaneous Provisions Measure, which is before Synod for first consideration. For this, members will need the draft measure, GS 2272, and the explanatory notes, GS 2272X, and the financial notice paper 4, paragraph 14. I call on the Chair of the Steering Committee, Mr. Stephen Hofmar, to move item 503.
Thank you,
He has
Chair.
10 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. Every few years, a miscellaneous provisions measure is introduced. These measures deal with matters that do not merit separate freestanding legislation, but they do contain some important provisions, and you will need GS 2272 before you as we go through it. Clause 1 amends the perhaps famous remote meetings measure. That measure was passed in 2020 for those who were on Synod then during the height of the COVID pandemic. It enables General Synod to meet and conduct business remotely, including on a hybrid basis. It was intended to be a temporary expedient. It provided for the making of temporary standing orders for remote meetings. The current temporary standing orders will expire on the 7th of August. They can be revived by Synod after they have expired, but as matters stand, they can be revived only for a further temporary period. We don't currently have power to put in place permanent provision for remote or hybrid meetings. During the debate on revival in February, there seemed to be strong support for some permanent provision to be made so that it would be possible for Synod meetings to continue to take place on at least a hybrid basis. That would ensure that those members who are unable to attend a physical meeting will nevertheless be able to participate as fully as possible in Synod's business. Clause 1 of the draft measure therefore amends the remote meetings measure so that standing orders for remote or hybrid meetings can continue in operation indefinitely if the Synod wishes this to be the case. The remote meetings measure also currently excludes certain types of business known as Article 7 and Article 8 business from being considered at a remote or hybrid meeting. Put very briefly, Article 7 business is concerned with matters of doctrine and worship. Article 8 business includes the making of changes to the services of baptism or Holy Communion or in the ordinal, and the making of certain ecumenical schemes. Articles 7 and 8 business is subject to special procedural safeguards detailed in the explanatory notes. And when the remote hearing meetings measure was passed, we had no experience of doing synodical business using remote technology. In the view of many, remote and hybrid meetings has been quite successful, and for the reasons already given, there is a good case for hybrid arrangements for members who need them. But we can't do that on an indefinite basis if certain important types of business are excluded from consideration when a meeting takes place on a remote or hybrid basis. So Clause 1 of the draft measure would therefore remove the exclusion of Article 7 and Article 8 business from remote or hybrid meetings. Clause 2 makes another important change to legislation that concerns the way in which Synod conducts its business. The Legislative Reform Measure 2018 enables the Synod to make legislative reform orders. These orders are used to amend measures and other primary legislation to remove or reduce, remove or reduce burdens that result from that legislation, not to introduce. Some 3 legislative reform orders have been made since 2018, and they have resulted in the removal of a significant number of administrative and financial burdens. The legislative reform measure contains a sunset clause. The power to make legislative reform orders will expire in March 2024 unless it is extended. The legislative reform measure itself provides for extension by way of a special order made with the approval of General Synod and both Houses of Parliament. However, the same result can be achieved by including provision in this draft measure removing that sunset provision. That seems a more convenient way of extending the power to make legislative reform orders. It will save time and expense and avoid the need to obtain parliamentary time for a separate affirmative order. I can comment more briefly on the remaining clauses. Clause 3 makes some amendments to the terms of service legislation. Clergy who are licensed to serve as members of religious communities are removed from the scope of the terms of service regulations, which aren't appropriate for their ministry. Like other non-parochial clergy, they will be subject to the rules and policies of the institution in which they serve. Clause 4 develops existing provision for the delegation of episcopal functions by providing the archbishops with a general power to delegate archiepiscopal functions in a similar way to that in which diocesan bishops can already delegate diocesan functions. It also removes provisions which prevent the making of applications for faculties under Canon C 4.5 from being delegated to suffragan bishops. Clause 5 enables a cathedral which wishes to do so to make provision in its constitution for lay residentiary canons. Clause 6 clarifies that where bishop's mission order terminates, any licenses to exercise ministry under the order will terminate with it. Clauses 7 and 8 make provision about the appointment, training and retirement of ecclesiastical judges in line with current standards and practices that apply to judges in the temporal courts. Clause 9 makes minor amendments to improve some existing provisions relating to disciplinary proceedings. Clause 10 puts the broadcast of proceedings in ecclesiastical courts on a statutory footing, broadly equivalent to those which apply to proceedings in temporal courts. Clause 11 amends the ecclesiastical jurisdiction and care of churches measure 2018 so that a person carrying out functions of care and conservation of a church building must have due regard to the importance of environmental protection. Clause 12 fills some gaps in the church property measure 2018, including by enabling things that could normally be done by incumbent to be done by a bishop if a benefice is vacant. Clause 13 fills a gap in the regime for the protection of objects of special interest in the care of cathedrals measure 2011. Clause 14 updates the church property measure 2018 in line with changes made by the Charities Act 2020. Clause 15 amends the church representation rules. One of the amendments will enable the bishop in exceptional circumstances to waive the requirements that a person must be an actual communicant and have had his or her name on the electoral roll for 6 months to qualify for election to a parochial church council. Clause 16 makes various provisions about the committee structure of the church commissioners. It also puts the legal position as to the commissioners' borrowing powers beyond doubt by conferring on the commissioners an express statutory power to borrow. Clause 17 enables various statutory bodies to meet and to conduct business remotely. Clause 18 gives the measure its short title and provides for its coming into force and other technical matters. Pausing there, please remember that this is stage 1 of the legislative process. There will be 5 further stages. If you can get proposals to us in writing by the 9th of September, that would be greatly appreciated. So this is not your last opportunity today to have a say. It's the first stage. If the motion is passed, members of Synod will be appointed to a revision committee, and together with the steering committee, they will go through the measure clause by clause, making any amendments they consider should be made. So please send your proposals so that they can be considered. The deadline is 5:30 on the 9th of September. The motion I am now moving is that the draft Church of England miscellaneous provisions measure be considered for revision in committee. Thank you, Chair.
Item 503 is now open for debate. Neil Patterson, followed by Jamie Harrison, please. You have up to 5 minutes.
Neil Patterson, Hereford, 1:30. Round the clock. Thank you, Chair, for calling me, and indeed for 5 minutes. Because it's a miscellaneous provisions measure, this is at least a very slightly miscellaneous speech. One can hardly talk to the general import of so many separate items. I wish to say something about Clause 5 and something that relates to Section 11 of the Diocese's mission and pastoral measure. You all know what that is, I'm sure, but I'll explain it when I get there. Clause 5 introduces a permissive proposal for cathedrals to be able to have lay residentiary canons. And I have a particular reason to explain why this causes some concern to me and to speak now. Many members, and certainly those who were on the last synod, will recall that the governance of cathedrals was quite comprehensively revised by the new cathedrals measure, which came into effect last year. I sat on the revision committee for that measure. And this proposal, the possibility of lay residential canons, was introduced in the revision of the cathedrals measure. And we were advised by the legal office that the principle of making on office a residential canon of a cathedral, which had always been an ordained post in the Church of England, not ordained, was too significant a change to introduce within the cathedrals measure. And so I was very surprised to find it in a miscellaneous provisions measure, which, as you will have realised, is intended to gather together a number of uncontroversial items. The issue is that it does ask a fundamental question. Is the office of a residentiary canon in a cathedral essentially ministerial in nature in the same way that the incumbent of a parish is, or an archdeacon, and all other such posts? In the history of the Church of England, we have an ordered polity in which certain roles are associated with the state of ordination, which is not merely about performing certain liturgical functions or sacramental functions, but is built into the whole structure. The questions perhaps are worth asking, and some people here may have very varied opinions on them. But again, I wonder if this is the place to make that change. There is a more specific concern, though, in relation to cathedrals measure itself. What the measure did, as again most of you will recall, is set up a new and clear distinction between the chapter of the cathedral as a trustee body registered with the Charity Commission, whose members mostly are not engaged in doing the work of the cathedral, and a management team leading the cathedral staff in its ministry. That distinction, expressed clearly, was vital to the approval of the cathedrals measure by the Charity Commission as setting up the best form of governance for our cathedrals. The only crossover between the two levels is the dean and the residentiary canons, the expression of their core role at the heart of the life of the cathedral, and as office holders able, therefore, not to be employees of the cathedral. Do we wish to create a lay possibility in this space? And in the draft as we have it, there is no specification of the type of lay person. Lay people who may not be in any position to hold licence from the bishop, who may have no particular qualifications, it would seem, could occupy this role of a residentiary canon. I know that the deans would intend to bring an amendment to suggest that there should be that restriction, so that only those in licensed lay ministry, reader ministry, might be able to hold the role. That would make a significant difference. But I still believe that a great deal more work may need to be done if this becomes a reality, to make it compatible with the intentions and structure of the cathedral's measure, with the provisions for common tenure under which canons hold office, and other relevant provisions. So that's the residentiary canons. What then about Section 11 of the Diocese's mission and pastoral measure? This is a request to the committee to potentially introduce an additional bit of miscellaneous business. That section provides for the process of naming or renaming sees of bishops. And having been, thank you, elected to the Diocese Commission recently, I find it is an odd constraint on the work of the Diocese Commission in the reviewing of suffragan sees. The name of a suffragan see can only be changed with the consent of Synod. Admittedly, it can be deemed business, but deemed business doesn't seem to be doing very well at the moment in staying deemed. Some of you will recall that we spent quite a long time in this busy chamber debating the change of the See of Richmond to the See of Kirkstall. I'm not convinced that it was the greatest use of our time.
Thank you, Mr. Patterson.
I've run out. Sorry.
Jamie Harrison, followed by Aidan Hargreaves-Smith, please.
Am I on? Jamie Harrison, 301 Durham. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to respond to clauses 1 and 5, and it's good to follow Neil as a way into number 5. I think when we started having hybrid meetings, or actually we didn't really start with hybrid meetings, we started with Zoom meetings only, as the very beginning of the pandemic stopped us meeting. I think there was a reasonable feeling that did we want to enshrine that in our sort of permanent situation, so that perhaps if funds were difficult, we perhaps wouldn't have a meeting together, or maybe we thought we weren't quite sure, was this pushing us into a direction we didn't want? And I think that was a perfectly reasonable fear. But now I think we've got used to the idea, it's becoming part of our DNA. Most people who are on Zoom would probably I'm sure would like to be here, but for various reasons can't be. And looking ahead, we've got the issue of COVID is still with us. I had an email from Susan Howdell this afternoon, who is our wonderful Methodist ecumenical representative. She has got COVID, as her husband. They think they caught it at a Methodist conference, which they consider might have been a super spreader event. So be warned, those of you who wish to go in that direction in the future. No. But I think what it shows us is that we have many people who are on steroid treatments, or on cytotoxic chemical cancer treatments, who quite rightly don't want to be in this sort of place. February next year, we probably have COVID and we might have really bad flu. So I'm a GP, that would be good work for us, but not really. So I think what I'm saying is that maybe to enshrine this as something that we should have as our normal position seems to be quite sensible. And I'd be interested to see how the Revision Committee deal with that. So I'm supportive of the remote meetings becoming indefinite, and also including Article 7 and Article 8, which are such key parts of our work. So that's Clause 1. Clause 5, which Neil alluded to, is around lay residentiary canons. And I agree with him. This is very light about who might be a lay residentiary canon, other than that they will be a lay person. And I do think we need to become a bit clearer about the sort of person that will be fulfilling that role. And certainly, I know the deans are concerned quite rightly that the person they want will be someone who would participate fully in the life of the cathedral, in its liturgical life, in its teaching and preaching ministry. And of course, we have in the canons E4 and E7, which relate to reader ministry and other forms of lay ministry, licensed lay ministry, ways of thinking about how we might have that sort of person involved. So I do think, as it goes to revision, and thank you so much, Stephen, for all your work on this, I'll be writing, I think many of the deans will be writing in about that, so that we can show much more clarity about the sort of person who might fulfil this role, particularly about as part of their executive function. I'm an honorary lay canon at Durham, which I greatly enjoy. I have no intention of becoming a residentiary canon, so I've got no conflict of interest. But many people would want to see, how does this work? And again, Neil makes a very important point about how that fits into the governance of the cathedral. But that's for another day. This is the first consideration. We're just throwing a few ideas out. And I do encourage those of us, as Stephen asked, to write in before that date in September, so that we can move to a very effective revision state. Thank you.
Thank you. The speech limit is now 3 minutes, and I'll call on Aidan, followed by Carl Fender, if he's standing, followed by Morag Ellis. Thank you.
Aidan Hargreaves-Smith, London 356. Chair, it is good to be able to welcome this latest addition to the canon of miscellaneous provisions measures, and I'm grateful for both the work it represents and the practical matters it seeks to address. If some members think that this is geek-level synod, let me explain that an issue I was teasing out on the phone with a colleague earlier this afternoon even will be happily resolved when the relevant section of the proposed measure comes into force. Not quite soon enough for me today, but I would have a wish to raise one point. The draft measure makes permanent the basis on which the General Synod may hold remote meetings, and it also provides for the Church Buildings Council, the Cathedrals Fabric Commission for England, Cathedrals Fabric Advisory Committees, and the Diocese Commission to hold and conduct business at remote meetings. I would like to suggest that consideration be given to extending the proposals in the measure so as to provide a statutory basis on which PCCs, deanery synods and diocesan synods, and in the Diocesan Europe chaplaincy councils and also archdeaconry synods, may sometimes meet and conduct business remotely. At present, the church representation rules contain a power enabling a bishop to make provision for such matters, and I'm not suggesting that power should cease to be available. But it seems to me that basic permanent provision across the Church of England would best be made by one set of arrangements applicable coherently and consistently across the whole Church of England, rather than by a variety of different provisions contained in dozens of separate bishops' instruments made in different terms and for different periods. Chair, gone clearly are the days when miscellaneous provisions measures, MPMs, were known as more previous mistakes. And I gratefully support this helpful and practical set of proposals. Thank you.
Carl Fender, please.
Yes, thank you very much for calling me, Chair. Carl Fender, 343, Lincoln. I'm a member of the Scrutiny Committee for the Legislative Reform Measure, and I was also a member of the Steering Committee for the Legislative Reform Measure when it was proceeding through Synod in 2016-2017. So I wish to speak about the Sunset Clause, Clause 2, which is in the draft measure. The 2018 measure permits a fast-track legislation aimed at simplification of ecclesiastical law. There are safeguards in place, which includes a strict statutory test of any amendments to legislation, and there is also a scrutiny committee, which is chaired by the Dean of the Arches, which independently assesses whether that statutory test is met. Some background. First proposals for the measure were made here in York in 2016, and it then went into its steering and revision committee stages and returned to Synod in February the following year. Now, in the first draft of the measure, there was no sunset clause at all. All measures are approved by Parliament, and of its type and purpose, this was a new piece of legislation for Synod. In the committee stages, there was some apprehension that some in Parliament may ask, what are the schemas in Synod up to now? And as a result, the second Church Estates Commissioner, who at the time was Dame Caroline Spellman, came and spoke to the revision committee and expressed concerns about how the measure may be viewed by our parliamentary colleagues. The inclusion of a sunset clause was her suggestion, and so the revision committee considered that the measure should be further amended to include that sunset clause to assuage any parliamentary concerns. The current explanatory note for this draft measure contains no exploration of the merits or demerits, save for future convenience, of keeping a sunset clause with a further time-limited extension. And it doesn't explore the reasons for its introduction in the first place, and why it is now thought that its permanent removal is the right way to proceed. So can I ask that this is looked at again, and that at a future synod, full reasons are given for whatever the committee think is the right way to proceed in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Morag Ellis, followed by Amanda Robbie, please.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Morag Ellis, ex officio 454. The Church of England Miscellaneous Provisions Measure, it's not a scintillating title, but I wish to draw Synod's attention to the significance of and rationale for three particular clauses, 7, 8 and 11, concerning ecclesiastical judges, and ask you to support them at this first stage, along with the rest of the proposed measure. In the recent report of the Racial Justice Commission, there's a call for the Church to consider how its consistory courts discharge their responsibilities, particularly with regard to the pressing issue of race. This is not the time to share with you positive work which is already underway, but I'm prepared to do that over pints. But I'm soon to give evidence to the Commission, and am grateful for their invitation and for the encouragement and assistance of Dr. Sanjay Pereira, the Archbishop of Canterbury's advisor on minority ethnic Anglican concerns. The proposals in the draft measure are detailed but important, not least because of their role in addressing the vital issues of raising up and developing the skills of leaders in our Church from all races, genders, orientations and physical abilities, reflecting as far as possible the image of God which resides, yes, even in lawyers. This is a responsibility which in part falls to the Dean and Auditor, aided by other senior judges, and clauses 7 and 8 recognise this, as well as other important principles. Clause 7 is not a power grab by me or by the Chancellors. The proposed retirement provisions properly recognise that Chancellors are Her Majesty's judges, although appointed by bishops, and places their retirement provisions on an equal footing with secular counterparts, securing the important constitutional principle of judicial independence. Turning to the appointment of new Chancellors, the process is still intended to be collaborative, hence paragraph 6, but the ultimate responsibility for recommendation to the Lord Chancellor would now lie with the Dean and Auditor. This would enable the Dean and Auditor to have greater opportunities to shape overall composition of a 21st century judiciary which is appropriately skilled and diverse. Then clause 8 carries that further. The role of Chancellor calls for a particular mix of legal knowledge, skill and pastoral insight. There is already good training on offer, but clause 8 would give scope for the Dean and Auditor to put training requirements on an equal footing with our secular colleagues and make them mandatory. So we can have and make mandatory training on all kinds of issues relating to diversity, unconscious bias, along with updates on the law and training in judgecraft. So the clause would give power to the senior judges to bring in that mandatory training.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Synod, we do have another item of business to deal with before we finish at 6:30. So after Amanda Robbie, who has a speech limit of 3 minutes, I'm minded to take a couple of speeches at 2 minutes before putting a motion for closure. Amanda.
Amanda Robbie, Lichfield 339. It's going to be nothing like a minute, I don't think. Item 15, paragraph 2A, talking about the bishop changing the normal procedures for appointment to PCCs. Whilst that is done, consideration needs to be given to who is going to be responsible, therefore, for undertaking the safer recruitment procedures and the DBS checks. Will that be for the PCC or for the bishop? And consideration needs to be given to that. That's my point.
Thank you. Bishop Sarah, followed by Andrew Nunn for a speech limit of 2 minutes, please.
Thank you, Chair, for calling me. Sarah Mullally, 003, Bishop of London. I'd like to speak to Clause 5, lay residentiary canons, and I declare my interest that I have a cathedral in St Paul's. We have heard a great deal this afternoon about the importance of lay ministries. Now, if this is going to be more than tokenism, we will need to be intentional about what we change about the Church and about our cathedrals. Experience from St Paul's Cathedral, where a layperson is in the post of Canon Chancellor, highlights the importance of lay ministry in the life of not just the cathedral, but also the diocese. Canon Dr. Paula Gooder plays a full role as a licensed lay minister in the cathedral life, the liturgical life of the cathedral, leading morning prayer, acting as canon in residence and being a liturgical deacon at services of the Eucharist. This role is not just important symbolically because it does demonstrate the commitment of the cathedral to lay ministry, but it is practically important. As Chancellor, she brings her particular skills with her, but at this present time, she's unable to take her place, full place, as part of the chapter. Therefore, I support this clause, and I would urge you I would commend it to you. We do not need to fear it as ordained members of clergy. And whilst you may want to do more about the detail, I would urge you not to lose it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Andrew Nundine's 56. Yeah, Paula Gooder is absolutely wondrous. Fortunately, she's not the only wondrous layperson who is around. Cathedrals need to benefit from the ministry of lay people. That's why we want this provision to go through, please. Yes, there is work to do with it at the revision stage, and yes, as I chaired the revision committee for the cathedrals measure, and we were advised, as Neil said, that it was too big to deal with at that moment. This is the moment when we can actually open up cathedral ministry in this way and really benefit from the other Paula Gooders who are out there. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll now move to a motion for closure on item 503. All in favour, please show. Thank you. All against. Thank you. That is carried. So we move to a response, please.
Well, thank you so much for those very, very positive contributions. I'm most grateful indeed. Neil, thank you for your concern. Are we being too ambitious? Yes, that's something we will need to consider at the revision committee stage. We'll need to balance that with those like Bishop Sarah and Andrew Nunn, who have explained how significant lay people can be in the life and ministry of our cathedrals, but it is certainly something that the revision committee will need to look at particularly carefully, and we take on board your point about the specification and the importance that if we go ahead with that, to get the specification right. Thank you. Thank you to Jamie in your comments in relation to hybrid meetings. Thank you. Yes, we were concerned at the outset, but we've become accustomed with them and we've realised how significant they may be going forward. Aidan, thank you so much. A quite brilliant suggestion, if I may say so. We need to tackle this more widely and not just in this context. So again, I will urge the revision committee to look at that in the round. Carl Fender, concern about the sunset provision in the Legislative Reform Measure 2018 and why it was put in to that measure. Thank you for that. If it is to be removed, we will certainly, in the report to Synod, give reasons as to why we consider it is now appropriate to remove that sunset clause, but we will revisit it again. Morag, thank you so much for explaining to members of General Synod the real significance of the proposed legislation at clauses 7, 8, and 11. Thank you in particular for explaining so clearly why they are significant. Amanda Robbie, yes, of course, the revision committee will need to consider those matters and take them into consideration. Of course, they are very important indeed. I've dealt already with the importance of lay ministry in the cathedral, but thank you all for your interest, for your comments, and please do remember there's a deadline, 9th of September of this year, for further written comments which can be taken into consideration at stage 2. And remember, we're only moving now from stage 1 to stage 2. But thank you all very much indeed.
We now come to vote on item 503. All those in favour, please show. Thank you. All those against, please show. Thank you. The motion is carried. The draft measure is now automatically committed to a revision committee. As stated in the agenda, any member who wishes to submit proposals for amendment should send them in writing to the clerk to the Synod to reach her no later than 5:30 p.m. on Friday the 9th of September. That completes this item of business, and we'll move on to the next one in a couple of seconds. We come to item 504, the draft amending canon number 43, which is before the Synod for first consideration. For this, members will need the draft amending canon GS 2273, the explanatory notes GS 2273X, and the fourth notice paper with the financial implications at paragraph 14. I call on Mr. Stephen Hoffmeyer to move the item.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I can take this much more quickly. I'm not offering to buy anybody a beer, but perhaps you'll get away quicker to have your beer. Having dealt with the draft miscellaneous provisions measure, we now move to amending Canon 43, which makes miscellaneous minor amendments to the canons of the Church of England. Paragraph 1 deals with the lacuna that arises from amendments that were made by amending canon number 39 and ensures that the church is not simply closed without due process. A really rather important lacuna to be filled. Paragraphs 2 and 3 bring the canons into line with the recent statutory changes to marriage law, which raised the minimum age for marriage to 18. Paragraph 4 makes provision for lay residentiary canons in line with the provision being made in the draft miscellaneous provisions measure, and of course those two will be considered together. Paragraph 5 enables a person other than a rural or area dean to deputise for the archdeacon in certain cases. Paragraph 6 makes it clear that a deputy diocesan or provincial registrar must be legally qualified and a communicant. Paragraph 7 extends a provision on interpretation in the canons to instruments and regulations made under the canons. And paragraphs 8 to 11 update some of the out-of-date statutory references in the canons. As with the draft miscellaneous provisions measure, if the motion at item 504 is passed, amending Canon 43 will be considered by a revision committee paragraph by paragraph, together again with your proposals for amendment to be received by 5:30 p.m. on the 9th of September. So please get working. If you can get your proposals in by that date, it will enable the legislative process to proceed expeditiously and efficiently. Please don't delay thinking about these matters until the revision, final drafting, and a final approval stages, otherwise those can be delayed. I move this item standing to my name.
Thank you. This item is now open for debate. I can see no one standing. So I will call on Mr Hoffmeyer to make any closing comments.
I was going to say no comment, but I think I will say thank you very much indeed.
We now put item 504 to the vote. All in favour, please show. Thank you. All against, please show. That item is clearly carried. The draft canon is now automatically committed to a revision committee. As stated in the agenda, any member who wishes to submit proposals for amendment should send them in writing to the clerk to the Synod, to reach her no later than 5:30 on Friday the 9th of September. That completes this item of business, and we return here for 8 o'clock, please.